Okay, it's 6:01. Today's Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. We're going to go ahead and call this regular city council meeting to order at 6:01. We're going to start by doing our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the state of Texas, and also opening prayers. Councilman Westbrook? If I can have everybody stand, please.
Everybody stand. Bones off. Okay. Bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve our community tonight. Grant this council wisdom, humility, and unity as we make decisions that impact the lives of our residents. In honor of Women's History Month, we give special thanks for the women in local government, past and present, whose leadership, courage, and dedication strengthen our city. Bless their work, protect their families, and continue to raise up their voices of integrity and compassion in public service. Guide our words and actions to reflect respect, fairness, and the common good. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
You got your mic?
I do.
Oh, this one. Why is your mic way over here?
No, I moved mine over here. Okay, thank you, Councilman Westbrook. Okay, I have a special announcement for the Hal Baldwin Scholarship. Students attending for Hal Baldwin Scholarship need to sign in on the sheet located in the back of the podium. If you are watching remotely, please email Sarah Gonzalez at sgonzalez@schertz.com to virtually sign in. Please direct any questions to Ms. Gonzalez. We're going to go ahead and move on to proclamations, starting out with National Employee Appreciation Day, March 6, 2026. Councilmember Guerrero.
Oh, we got a lot of people.
It's National Employee Appreciation Day.
There's so many of us.
If you're an employee for the city of Schertz, come on up. We want to recognize you this evening.
A lot of people. Oh my gosh, we got everybody up here. Got everybody. Yeah. Okay. Good? Yes, sir. All right. National Employee Appreciation Day, March 6, 2026. Whereas City of Schertz employees are dedicated public servants who perform their jobs with professionalism, compassion, and pride. Whereas the City of Schertz currently has 464 employees who are responsible for protecting public safety and health, caring for the less fortunate, enforcing laws, safeguarding the environment, building and maintaining roads, promoting economic growth, licensing professionals and businesses, preserving our historical and cultural resources. Whereas there are thousands of Schertz residents who benefit from the services provided each day by the City of Schertz employees. Whereas City of Schertz employees support the state of Texas government by serving as responsible stewards of taxpayer funds and join in effords to improve operations and enhance service delivery throughout state agencies. Whereas many City of Schertz employees support well-being of their communities throughout acts of volunteerism and charity, including supporting the many worthwhile organizations that support the residents of the City of Schertz. Whereas City of Schertz has a staff appreciation committee whose primary focus is to oversee employee recognition programs to ensure employees feel valued and motivated. Staff appreciation events are designed to boost morale, retention, and engagement by fostering a positive organizational culture. Annual events include the Employee Cookout and Staff Excellence Awards, Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday events, as well as numerous other events throughout the year. Whereas, the City of Schertz also recognizes every department's National Recognition Day, week, month with a proclamation. Mayor Ralph Rodriguez of Schertz, Texas, hereby recognizes March 6 as 2026 National Employee Appreciation Day. He encourages the City of Schertz to recognize and honor their commitment and dedication that our employees provide our great community. Signed, Mayor of Schertz, Mr. Ralph Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, absolutely. Go
Are
ahead.
you going to speak or am I?
Oh, if you prepared something, I'll go ahead and say something, and then if Jessica wants to say something, she can as well. So you may or may not know that Schertz is a service-driven organization, and that means that it is run and fueled by our employees. And I have to say that I'm extremely proud to be part of this team and among this group because we have some of the best employees that there are in this country. They're all very dedicated to what they do every single day and do it well and do it with a commitment that really helps build our community into something special. So I just want to give each of you guys a round of applause and say thank you for what you do.
And I just want to say, as a representative from HR, I'm obviously one of many, and the Staff Appreciation Committee, some of who are here tonight, are really the ones who, throughout the entire year, are constantly thinking of ways to honor and recognize our employees. And so we're so grateful for all of the volunteer hours that they put forth into this effort. And in fact, tomorrow we have our Staff Appreciation Employee Breakfast from 7:30 to 8:30. So come out, enjoy tacos and coffee cart and all things good. So thank you so much for the recognition.
There's a spot right there.
It's too narrow.
Yeah.
This is a great spot right behind Jerry. I'm behind. Taking the picture.
I just would like to echo those words by our city manager, Steve Williams. Our employees are definitely one of our main lifelines to be able to serve our residents. So we definitely appreciate each one of you for all your hard work. Thank you so much. So next, we're going to have 311 Recognition Day, March 11th, 2026. Councilmember Westbrook.
Everybody saw me trip, so I'm glad to know the city has insurance. That's what I'm saying. All right. National 311 Day, March 11th, 2026. Whereas the 311 call center provides citizens with a single point of contact for all non-emergency services that can be reported in person, electronically, or by any other means of communication. And whereas since the creation of the 911 emergency system, non-emergency calls have slowed operators' response times to true emergencies. And whereas in 1996, Baltimore, Maryland adopted the first 311 system as a way to ease pressure on the overburdened 911 system. The new system freed up emergency phone lines and shortened wait times for emergency calls, helping 911 dispatchers get emergency services to folks that need them more quickly, ultimately saving lives. Whereas the 311 system also invited the citizens to be the eyes and ears of the city while more closely connecting the public sector to its citizens. And whereas the city of Schertz has two 311 customer relation representatives who have a combined total of 14 years of experience. Now therefore, Ralph Rodriguez, the mayor of the city of Schertz, does hereby proclaim March 11th, 2026 as National 311 Day. He encourages all residents of the city of Schertz to recognize and honor the commitment, the dedication, and the hard work of our 311 staff provides for the citizens of our great city.
Thank you all so much for this recognition. I know 311 really appreciates it. These two ladies work so hard every day answering resident phone calls and concerns and questions. They go so far and above beyond their call of duty, and I have personally witnessed them, call back residents to make sure that they got the information that they needed. I've witnessed them chase residents down the parking lot to make sure that they got where they needed to be. So they go above and beyond every day. So we're extremely appreciative of them, and thank you guys for all that you do.
We definitely appreciate our 311 staff. So if you have an emergency, we all know to dial 911. If you have a major concern, you have an issue, and then you can dial 311 to get those addressed. So we definitely appreciate our staff for that. Next, the last proclamation that we have is the procurement month, March 2026. We have Councilmember Dr. Robert Sheridan.
Good evening. As someone who has spent many years of my career in federal and acquisition contracting, I understand firsthand the responsibilities of managing public dollars. So with that, look forward to this proclamation. So here we go. Get the glasses on. National Procurement Month, March 2026. Whereas professional public procurement is crucial for the efficient and effective operation of all government across the great state of Texas, including the city of Schertz. And whereas public procurement requires specific knowledge and skills, and the city of Schertz purchasing department has a dedicated staff of procurement professionals with more than 32 years combined experience. And whereas these procurement professionals dedicate themselves to providing the best value for every taxpayer dollar by providing high caliber strategic, logistical, and operational support for the city and dedicating themselves to expanding their knowledge, skills, and abilities for the public good. And whereas, in addition to the purchase of goods and services, public procurement adds value to the organization by performing such functions as executing, implementing, and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, cultivating working relationship with suppliers and other departments within the organizations, and providing safety and risk management support to city staff. And whereas public procurement has tremendously influenced on the economic conditions in the city of Schertz, the state of Texas, and indeed across the United States. With cumulative purchasing power running into billions of dollars, and whereas the National Institute of Governmental Purchasing has designated the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand the awareness of the purchasing professional's role to government officials, the general public, business, and corporate leadership. And now, therefore, Ralph Mayor Ralph Rodriguez of Schertz, Texas, hereby recognizes March 2026 as Procurement Month. And he encourages all residents, City of Schertz, to recognize and honor the dedication and hard work that the City of Schertz Purchasing Department provides on a daily basis. Thank y'all.
Mayor, City Council, staff, and residents, just want to say thank you on behalf of the Purchasing Department for recognizing Procurement Month and the work that my staff puts in. One of us couldn't be here tonight. But the Purchasing Department works tirelessly daily to ensure we're following all regulatory compliance and being safeguards for the taxpayers' dollars and all the purchases that the city has to do in the contracts. And so we'd appreciate the support, and thank you.
And again, I'd really like to thank our purchasing department a lot because they are definitely looking out for the taxpayers of our city to making sure that our tax dollars get spent wisely. So we're going to move on to employee introductions, and then we're going to do presentations and city events and announcements. After that, I'm going to go ahead and bring up item 11, which is our workshop, and then we'll move on to the consent agenda, and then we'll follow the rest of the agenda items in order after that. So, moving on to employee introductions, we have Assistant Chief of Operations of Schertz CMS, Tyler Boker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Williams, Ms. Gonzalez, Mr. James. We do have a few more that are on calls right now, but we do have one of our brand new full-time EMTs. This is Azalea Eniguez. She joined Schertz in January of 2026. She was born here in Schertz and as part of the military family had the opportunity to live in Florida, Norway, before returning home to serve her community. Azalea earns her bachelor's degree from Texas State and graduated from the Schertz EMS Training Academy as an EMT. Though she has been in EMS for only 3 months, she has already shown great enthusiasm and dedication. Outside of work, she enjoys outdoors and a good cup of coffee. We're proud to have her on our team here full-time with us. Only half.
We welcome Azalea to the City of Schertz family. Next, we have the library.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I have the pleasure of introducing Ms. Veronica Jones to you on my left. She started at Schertz Public Library as a library assistant fairly recently. She was born in Maryland, but she went to Steele High School here. Her family made it this way, and she graduated from Steele High School. She is a Texas State graduate. She studied graphic design there in May 2024. I have some fun facts about her. Her favorite TV shows are Doctor Who and Sailor Moon. Her favorite food is mac and cheese. Favorite color is pink. And when we asked her what she's motivated by watching and being around people that inspire her. So we think that that's going to be a very easy thing to do being here working for City of Schertz. So thank you so much, Veronica, for joining us. All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and guests. I'm so excited to introduce Rachel to you. Rachel Bowerman also joined us in February as a library assistant. She is a hometown girl as well. She was born in San Antonio, graduated from Samuel Clemens High School in 2016. She's a Buff, Brian James.
Go Bucks.
She graduated from Texas A&M in 2022 and then attended NYU for graduate courses in English. I think we've brought her to the library side. She's interested in pursuing a degree in library science, specifically archives. She grew up in the Schertz Public Library. We just celebrated her mom's retirement of 23 years at the library, so it's fun to have Rachel on the staff side now. From some hobbies and fun facts. Rachel enjoys spending time with her dog, doing the New York Times crossword, hanging out with her nieces and nephews. She helped found her grad school trivia team, which was aptly named the Ernest Fleming Ways. She's a big reader, and we're so excited to have her on our team.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce Helena Frende, who began serving our community as part of our part-time library assistant at Schertz Public Library on January 26. She was born and raised in San Antonio, though her roots extend overseas. Half her family lives in England, where her mom is from, and she spent much of her childhood traveling there every couple of years. As a child, she was far more likely to be found with a book or a sketch pad than outside playing, though her mom made sure she tried everything from soccer to ballet to karate. She attended in Northeast ISD and graduated high school in the top 1% of her class, earning the distinction of top-ranked girl in her graduating class. Her academic achievements earned her multiple scholarships, which allowed her to attend Texas State University in San Marcos on what amounted to a full ride. She earned a BFA in graphic design and even became a small-time published illustrator during her college years. After graduating, she returned to serve her former school district as a graphic artist. In addition to her work in the library, she teaches after-school art and launched a small art business this past June. Whether she's reading, drawing, baking, or helping friends and family with their own creative projects, she brings passion and creativity to everything that she does. Family is a big part of her life. Her parents, now retired, live nearby, and she makes it a priority to see them once or twice a week to walk and for dinner. She and her partner visit her grandmother every Friday to spend time with her and lend a helping hand. Her younger brother, a mechanical engineer in Austin, recently purchased a home with his partner, and she is incredibly proud of everything he has accomplished. She even met her partner in a way that perfectly reflects her creative spirit at an anime convention, where they were dressed as two different iterations of the same character. Each year, they designed new costumes together. She often transforms thrift store finds into something new, while he builds his designs entirely from scratch. Her patience, creativity, and genuine desire to help others make her a wonderful asset to the library and the community of Schertz. We are ecstatic to have her on our library team, and we hope that she sticks around for years to come.
We definitely welcome our library assistants to the City of Schertz family. Thank you. Next, we have planning.
Good evening, Council. I have the privilege of introducing Brandon Elliott, our new planner. He started with the Planning Division on January 26th. He moved to Schertz when he was 7 years old and is a graduate of Steele High School. He went on to obtain his bachelor's and master's from Texas State University in public administration. And after Texas State, he started his career in municipal government with the city of Dripping Springs and then went on to Hays County for the transportation side. Brandon noted that he is most excited about returning to the city he grew up in and being part of the planning team, and we're just very excited to have Brandon here with us.
We definitely welcome Brandon to the City of Schertz family. Next, we have Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight, I have the honors of introducing two of our most recent employees that were hired, Romeo Pena, Chandler Lair. I'll start with Romeo. Although a man of very few words and probably the quietest person at Public Works, I was able to gather that Romeo was born in San Antonio. He did graduate from East Central High School, and before he came to the City of Schertz, he did work with San Antonio Water System. He does enjoy spending time with his family and watching football, and he's excited to be able to advance his career here and be able to get his water license. I have Chandler Lair. Chandler was born in Rowlett, Texas. I probably said that wrong. He'll be able to correct me. He was due to be introduced at the last council meeting, but he was representing the City of Schertz in Dallas at the state level equipment rodeo. So we do have him here now. We're very excited to have him on. He's a very hard worker. He enjoys spending time with his family, his wife, and 3 kids. And if he had the chance, he would visit Tokyo.
It's great to be here. I met my wife in 2016 in Dallas, and she drugged me down here to her hometown of Schertz. She graduated from Clemens High School. So this city is my second home, and now it's going to be my forever home, honestly. I love being here. This is a great town. I have 3 beautiful children. The other one was, that one in the back was talking a little bit. He just learned to speak, so. But I come from a long line of construction work in underground utilities, heavy highway work, and I'm just very grateful to be here and have the opportunity to serve this town specifically, and hopefully I'll be here for the next 30 years. But thank you.
Thank you all very much, and welcome you to the City of Schertz family. I have a lot of respect for the Public Works Division. Those people, they're out there working some of the hottest days that we have during the months of July and August, to include some of the coldest days that we have. And they're out there in the middle of the night trying to repair water leaks, main breaks, those kind of things. So definitely appreciate them very much. Moving on to presentations. Presentations of 2026 TRAPS Gold Medal Award to the Schertz Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Department. Lauren Schroom.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Williams. Wanted to just brief you really quickly on our awards from our Texas Recreation and Parks Society. Get it up on the screen. Thinking. There we go. Okay, wanted to brief you on, again, our Texas Recreation and Park Society State Institute that we attended in February down in Corpus Christi, Texas. The Society is a 2,700 member organization of parks and recreation professionals across the state. We are an affiliate of TML. And so in this institute, we have education sessions, leadership development, statewide networking. We have a state maintenance rodeo competition. We were the winners here at the Central Region, so we sent some folks up to the state. And then we have state awards program that recognizes excellence in programming and operations. So I know our city manager, Mr. Williams, talks a lot about building the Schertz brand. That's something that I also wanted to do since I started here almost 10 years ago, and we are doing that. So I wanted to tell you what your great team is doing out there at the state level. So we had 3 sessions presented at this institute. Next Level Leadership was a session presented by Sydney Paredes, and then Cassie Paddock presented Crisis Ready. It was a special event emergency management along with Brandon High, our emergency management coordinator. And then Cassie also presented leadership lessons session. So as you can see in those photos, packed room, so really great educational content that our Parks and Recreation leaders are sharing across the state. And then in the Texas Recreation and Park Society, I am on the board of directors. I'm the Central Region Director. Sydney Paredes was the volunteer coordinator for the whole state institute. Cassie Paddock is your education task force chair, so that's all the education proposals that come in. She reviews those and sets up the education for the institute. And then we have Kat Schill, who's on the awards committee for the state and the region. And then at the institute, we had over 50 hours of volunteering. Jared Montney was an irrigation judge. We had staff who were room hosts, CEU monitors, and the staff check-in tables. So it's a great presence there at the Institute. We all were wearing our Schertz. Everybody saw us, and we had a great presence. Your maintenance rodeo team, we placed third place in the state in the truck and trailer competition. So congrats to Cole Moody and Stephen Lovelace. Raise your hands, guys. Yep. We also had Ray Taekwinko place third place in the zero-turn mower in the state. He wasn't able to be here today, but great job to Ray. And then Cole Moody placed fourth in the state in the nail driving competition. Raise your hand, Cole. There he is. Thank you, Cole. And sadly, the rest of our team didn't place, but I wanted to recognize them. They gave it their all. Ian King, Robert Dobratz, Diego Martinez. Thank you, guys. And then finally, our state awards. So we were very honored to receive the Gold Medal Award, hence the Schertz, right? We had to represent for excellence in Parks and Recreation over the last 3 years. It's the highest award the state organization can give to a department. It looks at program attendance, revenue generation, policies and procedures, community engagement, all the markers that we judge ourselves on. We scored very, very highly on. It's a goal that we had set as a department many years ago when I started here 10 years ago to get to this level, and we're there. So super, super proud of this team. Want to bring them up. We also won a Class 4 Arts and Humanities Award. So it's a statewide award recognizing our Monstersville Collegian program that we did. So we've got those awards here today and wanted to celebrate with council. Come on up, guys, let's take a photo. No, I brought them. Come on down. Balance it out.
Once again, congratulations to the 2026 TRAPS Award winners. Thank you for going out and representing the city of Schertz very well. Congratulations. And we're going to go ahead and move on to city events and announcements. Announcements of upcoming city events. We have Sarah Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So just a couple items for this evening. And from our award-winning Parks Department, on Saturday, March 7th, they'll be putting on the Kick Cancer Pep Rally and 5K that begins at 8:30 at Pickerel Park. And I know there's some chance for some rain this weekend, so hopefully it'll hold off for the event, but any updates will be posted on the social media if there are any changes to it. On Saturday, March 14th, again from Parks, the Nature Discovery Series, 9:30 a.m. at Crescent Bend Nature Park. And then finally, our next regularly scheduled council meeting will be March 17th at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have announcements and recognition by our city manager, Steve Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick announcements. We had a few promotions this last month, and Always excited to see this, and it means folks are moving up in the world. Really proud of these guys. So Samantha Pinello, she is our new Civic Center coordinator, and she promoted from administrative assistant. She's probably sitting out there. Where are you, Samantha? There you go. And we've got Ben Ekmo and Jaden Fincher. They are both now police officers and promoted from the rank of cadet. So congratulations to all three. I have one more item, Mayor, and it is to congratulate our own Sarah Gonzalez she was duly elected as the Texas Municipal League Board Representative for the Texas City Management Association. And if you're not familiar with TCMA, it is the premier management association for city managers and senior executives in municipal government in the state of Texas. And we're proud of her for joining the board. So congratulations to everybody.
Thank you for that, and congratulations, Sarah, for serving on the board of directors for TCMA, and also to our city manager, Steve Williams, who is now the president. So, congratulations. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our workshop, item 11. Item 11 is March 2026 quarterly street update. And I believe we're going to have Robert Martinez. And Kathy Woodley.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Robert Martinez. I am the Public Works Street Supervisor. I'm going to go over a couple of our current updates for the year 2025, fourth quarter. It's not coming up on the slide, sorry.
Hold the mic closer.
I have a deep voice and I was hoping it would carry. Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to have Kathy help me out a little bit here. Maybe. Anyway, if you're not familiar with our streets dashboard, it follows through on all the maintenance that the Public Works Department does is street related, potholes, street maintenance, sidewalks, and other issues. This information can be found on the SharePoint. Oh, I'm supposed to introduce a joke to you before I get started. So since John Novak couldn't join us, I'm going to beat him out on jokes. So what did the streets workers say to the writer? The pothole thickens. So there you go, okay? So going to the maintenance dashboard, if you look at your screen, you're looking at some of the issues that Public Works takes care of on a daily basis, potholes, sidewalk issues, street issues, and other issues. Other issues pertain to whether it's an emergency call, trees down, sign issues, emergency. We work with closely with the emergency services if they need our help on accidents and things like that. We also, too, I wanted to recognize the 311 ladies. I talk with them probably daily because every phone call they get is usually related to Public Works. And so we're respond to it right away. And I want to tell them thank you because they're really patient with me. Sometimes I'm overwhelmed and I have to call them back for more information. So again, other issues you could see is probably one of the largest that we have. We also work with neighboring cities and we also work with TxDOT because we can respond much quicker for the TxDOT offices. So those are some of the other issues that we have. One of our biggest projects that we're working on is the sidewalk issue. As you know, we get a lot of calls on sidewalks. We are putting together a program to look at, to see what, how dangerous the sidewalk is. And we have 3 categories, 1 through 3, severity of the sidewalk. If it's anything from 1 inch to 1.5 inches, that's a serious issue. We try to address those accordingly. We do have I'm sorry, I skipped over a little bit.
I thought you were going to talk about sidewalks.
Oh yeah, that's it right there. So if you look at the sidewalk issue severity index, the low severity is anything from a 1/2 inch separation. It could be a sidewalk sinking, cracking, whatever the case may be. And then you look at medium, 1.5 to 1/2 inch to 1.5 inch separation, to include cracking as well. And of course, the high one is the 1 to 1/2 inch of separation. As you know, some of the older areas, especially in the aviation heights, we have a lot of that. And as we get the complaints, we address them accordingly. Our list of sidewalks is very, very long. So when we talk to a resident, we ask, be patient, you're on the list. We're working with our subcontractors to get out there to take care of some of these issues. As you can see on the list, right now we are in the Belmont subdivision and the Riata subdivision and the Winbrook subdivision. Currently, they are almost complete, probably about 50%. We have another 2 lists of about 16 to 17 sidewalks on those 2 lists for them to get started before they even complete here. We don't want them to leave. We want them to stay here and continue on fixing our sidewalks.
Let me go back to that. Where we were before?
No, let me go to the, so one of the projects that I wanted to send to you, and I think, Kathy, we may have to go back, but that's okay. I don't know if y'all have ever traveled FM 482 and Old Nacogdoches Road. It's a heavily traveled area by quarry truck traffic. We own a little portion of that curve that's there, and it was in very, very bad shape. I can't tell you how many phone calls we got on that weekly, daily, and monthly. That was one of the biggest projects we tackled in the 2025 year. If you have not had a chance, take a drive on a Sunday, and it's much smoother, much cleaner. The neighboring homes there thanked us because now they don't have to wash their house because of all the dust that accumulated there. There is probably about 200 to 300 trucks that come through that area daily because of the local quarries, the asphalt plant, the aggregate plants that travel all along FM 2252 and Old Nacogdoches Road. Currently, we are working around neighborhoods for manholes. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to crack sealing. You can see our crack seal program where we've covered. We were actually in the Willow Grove Estates neighborhood, which we've completed. 0.95 miles of crack sealing. Crack sealing is one of the best maintenance programs we can have in our streets to seal any cracks that allow water to go down and destroy the subbase. It's a preservative that we use. There is a time frame on our crack sealing. We usually start early October and we run to usually end of May, maybe 1st of June. We try to keep it during the cooler months because when the summer comes, if we lay this material down, it can be picked up by a tire and it just doesn't work right for us because it's very, very hot. So we try to limit the cooler weather when we do most of our crack sealing. And I will move forward to potholes. That's a big one. So thanks to you guys, we've acquired a new pothole truck, and we really appreciate that. We try to run it daily. That pothole truck will allow us to go in there, cut the area, remove the asphalt, old asphalt, pack the sub-base, and put new hummocks inside that patch. What we've had in the problem in the past is when we purchase the asphalt, we have a limit amount of time to lay that asphalt down because it will get hard on us. It'll cool down. It has an additive in it. With this pothole patch truck, it's got a heating unit in there, so we can pretty much patch all day long with this. It is a little bit more of a process, but it's been working out for us. You can see that we do have some temporary patch that we use. It's UPM. We use that sparingly. We try to use that when it rains. If there's an emergency on a pothole, you'll see that material put out there. Last year we did 823 tons of asphalt on several projects throughout the city. Part of that was the rehabilitation of Old Nacogdoches Road. We also did a small project at the Clemens High School where they put the new security building at one of the entry gates. And as you can see in the pictures, they put a little security office there, and we did the turnaround for them, and we did the painting, the striping. Our street striping program, thanks to you guys again, we acquired a new paint striper, and it's yet to be put out to service. Fleet is taking a look at it, and we'll soon have that out. We did a big project. We had some issues on Alsatian Way in the Rhine Valley subdivision with some speeding issues with the help of engineering. If you haven't noticed, we did some painting and striping. We put some bulb outs to help traffic coming out on the side roads with better visibility. And we also included some yellow reflectors down the center line of the road. And it seems to have helped slow traffic down because now there's an object in the road. They don't know what it is, so they slow down to take a look and see what it is. And it appears to be helping with the speeding issue in there. We've also completed the Schertz Animal Shelter, Kramer House, Community Circle, and Schertz Parkway. And also on Elbell Road in Borgfield, we worked with engineering and TxDOT. We did some restriping and some arrows in there to help the traffic. Instead of making a left, now both traffic can go across the street. So we added that striping and the arrows in that area. So if you look at the street maintenance dashboard, over the quarters, the numbers will change. But in the center area, the highlighted colors, when you go into our dashboard, you can click on there and you can see what those issues are. As you can see, the light blue ones, I can tell you those are all potholes. So in reference to that, we share that with engineering. Those are probably most of our rural roads, Graytown Road, Trainer Hill, Weir Road, Maskey Road, if you haven't been down Maskey Road, and also File Road down north towards I-10. Those represent all the potholes that were repaired. I think that was it. So the last one shows the fourth quarter, the results. As you can see in each category, the numbers change because we address certain areas daily. So those numbers can change depending on the quarter, the weather, things like that. And that's how those numbers grow. As you can see, most of them are in pothole issues. We're hoping that these numbers grow in the sidewalk repairs, and that's what our goal is. So to help alleviate some of the old sidewalks and the missing sidewalks within the city. Any questions? That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. So Robert talked about the maintenance that Public Works does.
Kathy, I'm sorry. Can I add one thing really quickly, Mayor? Just as for the benefit of people who might be watching and who have not seen the dashboard, if you go onto it, it is an interactive dashboard where if you click on each of those dots, it will bring up a description of status, et cetera, and cost, as well as a picture of the actual pothole and before and after. So just for people's information.
Thank you. Yeah, it is really pretty cool to play around there and get a lot more information.
Yes, Kathy. So how is it determined that all the cracks, 1 inch, half an inch? Who does that? Somebody just walks the sidewalks all over, or how does that?
This is a big public works project, so Robert will explain. So one thing in the not too distant future, in the next year or two, we will most likely do another pavement condition index citywide for the streets. We've done those, we try to do them every 5 years or so, and that's where we learn what streets have a condition so that we can go in and resurface them without having to reconstruct or rehabilitate. So we kind of can rank the streets and where we should put our dollars. But we have not done that for sidewalks historically. So Public Works has taken on something similar for the sidewalks.
Yes, so what we do currently, again, as soon as we receive the complaint through 311, if it's a sidewalk issue, we do send somebody out there to look at the severity of the sidewalk. At that time is when we know where to place that repair process. It can be from 30 days to 90 days before we can get out there. But hopefully with the PCI that Kathy's talking about, that study will include sidewalks hopefully in the future.
So it's through 311 is basically how you find out that there's a sidewalk condition?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right, good deal. So on Brook Hollow, I saw on page, I think on 6, it may have been slide 6, y'all mentioned that there was a sidewalk condition for Brook Hollow? The Winbrook
That is
subdivision?
correct.
For
Currently,
Brook
we
Hollow.
have Brook Hollow, there's 2 in that area, and Rolling Brook, we also have 2 areas that are being repaired.
Yes, sir. So on Brook Hollow, the street, they have that manhole cover, it's like a speed bump, it's like boom. So is that related to the sidewalk, or is that just a separate
No,
condition
sir,
that y'all are
that's
going to
a
evaluate in the future?
separate street issue, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's going to be part of what y'all evaluate next year?
Actually, that is on our repair list. Currently, we are in the North Cliff area, repairing manhole areas, and so we have that area on our list as well.
Okay, so in Kensington Ranch, they have the concrete around the manhole, but in Brook Hollow, they don't. What distinguishes whether it's concrete or, how does that rectified?
I'm going to let Larry step in on this one for you, okay?
So to answer your question specifically, our standards have changed a little bit over time, right? And so now you see the concrete encasement, concrete collars above ground, so the asphalt goes level to it, right? You can see some older areas of town where there's actually concrete collars down there, concrete encasement, but the asphalt goes to the top of it. Kind of changed that practice over time because of how long the streets last. Once it settles around there, you'll get that bump in the middle, right? And so there's a bunch of areas. We've addressed a bunch of these up in kind of the North Cliff area, also a few up in the Belmont area, right? And so those streets are settling around there, and sometimes the streets are in okay shape, right? Or sometimes you're getting a lot of spalling around it, right? So you're getting a lot of cracking, and they're opening up, so they need a bigger case. But there's a lot of manholes in areas of the town that are older, where the street's in decent shape around it, right? Just the street is settling all together, right? So think about, and something I wanted to bring up. So we had a complaint about Borgfeld a while back, right? So we got those drainage structures on the sides, right? The inlets. And you also got some drainage manholes in the road, as well as sewer manholes, right? So the same thing's happening with there. That street is really in decent shape for most of it, right? And that street was done before my career here at the city, right? So it's been there a long time. But all that street is settling at the same time. It's actually what we want from a street, right? We want it to stay, we want that cover to stay good, but there's no way to keep it from settling over time, right? It's just the nature of it. You have traffic on it, you get weight on it, just the weight of the street itself with the soil around it. So that's actually what we look for in a street to last a long time. But we have to come in and do those repairs every now and then, right? Because the manhole structures are just, it's the street settling around it. So we'll do an asphalt overlay to take care of that. And so again, a while back we had some complaints about the drainage structures on Borgfeld, not the first time we've addressed them. And so I just do want to mention that we're actually going to be closing 2 lanes of board fell down next week, so we'll have 1 lane in each direction and traffic will be shifted over. We're going to address the drainage manhole that's come up for a while. The issue is the top of the drainage manhole is failing, and so we're going to go in there, we're going to replace that top, we're going to put the manhole back, and then we're going to fix the pavement around it. So very similar to other parts of town is the streets kind of settling around the manholes, and then we fix the asphalt to ramp up. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you.
Just as a reminder too, we decided to start this project next week because school is going to be on spring break, and we wanted to not interrupt the school bus traffic and the parents that are dropping kids off at Dobie and the neighboring Clemens High School, and that's why we selected Monday.
Thank you. So it will be completed during spring break?
We got 5 days, and these guys are going to be really working hard to get it done. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Maybe, Councilman, just to chime in, because
Yes, sir.
having received these questions, Councilman Guerrero, we get a fair number of those for the manholes as well, right? Just to sort of summarize what Larry said and Robert, we're having this issue quite a bit now in some neighborhoods with that settling around the manholes. And we'll send the crew out in Public Works, and they'll sort of knock out the ones that they can knock out. What they find is sometimes it's a more significant problem that they have to order materials or parts or things like that, or takes more that they have to come back to. The other problem is they'll sort of move on to a different area of the city, and then we'll continue to see that with other manholes. So at times it feels like we'll go through, we'll knock some out, we don't fix quite all of them because there's a bigger issue, or we'll knock them out, move on to a different area, and then you continue to see settling with other manholes. And so it feels like a lot of times we'll correct some, and then we turn around and we start having more problems on others. So yeah, it's just one of those areas that I would say we are looking at how we deal with it, because it's a challenge to keep up with this issue we're having, particularly in certain neighborhoods, I think more so than others, with this sinking around manholes. And again, Councilman Guerrero can speak to that because he's been good about helping us. We've got a fair number of those from him where he spots those and sends them in.
Well, Mayor, sorry, I certainly hope that during the whole budget process that it sort of rises to the top. I think that's a consistent, quality of life issue for citizens is manholes sort of becoming speed bumps, settling. I think we did a good job last year with last year's budget, just as.
We did, as Robert talked about, right? Council supported a lot of additional funding for additional equipment, right? The pothole machine that we didn't have. You guys also added additional staff to the streets department, I think, last year, no, water sewer? Not streets, drainage last year. So yeah, that is something we'll keep in mind, right? Part of what I think we've gotten some good comments from council in the past are, how are we approaching these things? And so again, as Robert touched on, we're approaching the sidewalk repair differently than we are. We're getting the equipment, we're approaching those. And so part of it, I think, is to make sure as we come back and ask for money that we know we are in a good position to use that. But yeah, we would agree. We've got significant sidewalk issues to catch up on, significant manhole issues to catch up on in particular. So we would agree. So yeah, that's something we'll come back and talk about with budget.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Sheridan?
Yes, I do have a question. In regards to identifying, I know we talked about the severity of the repairs, low, medium, high. Is there a time frame when these, when you hit a high? Is there a designated time frame when we need to make sure that those, they're repaired? Is there a designated time that we have?
So not exactly yet. Let me see if I can explain. So as we've been working and evaluating our sidewalk repair process, we undertook a different approach starting the conversation 6 months or so ago, I think. And one of the issues we have is we have a significant backlog of sidewalk repair kind of complaints that we haven't had funding, haven't had staff to get to, have been focused on other things. And so part of what we undertook that Robert referenced in his slide, and I don't know if he remembers which one it was, is what we're doing now is we're taking the calls and the complaints that we get per quarter, so in a 3-month window, and what we're doing is contracting with one of our folks to repair those the next quarter. And so what we're really undertaking with this effort is, can we keep up with the repair projects we have just going forward. And so we're into the first batch of those, will be the next batch of those that they talked about coming up. And so when we come back to you again, we'll be able to give a better feel for whether or not the resources we have, we can keep up with the new complaints coming in. And that'll give us a feel kind of where we stand. But we estimated we had, how much was the cost, did we, of the sidewalk complaints we have going back, if Robert remembers that, how long the list was? So, do you remember how long the backlog list that we haven't touched yet is?
Pretty good. It's probably about 40, 45 sidewalks.
Yeah.
And these are taking care of some of the backlog that we currently have. So we're hoping by the end of fiscal year, we'll be pretty close to knocking out our backlog that we have and then looking at some of the lower severity sidewalks.
Because we're just knocking out the more significant ones
Correct.
at this point,
Correct.
right? So part of the thing is we're trying to come in and get the most significant. So ideally, as we move this forward, the new complaints coming in, we'll knock those, again, if it comes in, if it just misses the cutoff, theory, it waits 3 months, gets the repair the next quarter, so you're probably 4 or 5 months maybe, it may go to get the repair. It could be if it comes in the end, it gets knocked out within a month or so. But that'll give us a feel of, do we really have the resources to knock out those most significant just to keep up and start catching up? But again, as you can imagine, you may have a sidewalk that's just below that high priority and those folks are still saying, hey, when are they getting mine? When are they getting mine? But this will give us a better handle on how much we can keep up with the most severe now. But that's theoretically it. 3 to 6 months, they should have those knocked out.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, just concerns that, if you have a high priority, severity, that we ensure that, the safety is not compromised, things of that nature. So
Sure.
Something we can think about there.
Brian, it might be also important to point out that you distinguish between the types of repairs. Some require a lot more than others. Some is maybe just shaving down to make it even. Some might be cutting out a section to completely replace it. So in some instances, don't we use contractors to complete that for us? It's the most cost-effective way to do it.
That's right. So we generally use contractors to do that. And again, just to spread those dollars, that's why we kind of bundle them up as opposed to we get a call on a complaint. We don't call the contractor and say, hey, go out and do this one. Get a call in a different area. We kind of save them up for the quarter. That's why you have that window of how we approach it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Guerrero.
Yeah, I got a question. How do you determine, because you were saying, Mr. James, that when you go to a neighborhood, you try to knock out as much work as possible, correct?
Not exactly. We go out to the neighborhood tackling a certain aspect of work, right? So we'll go out to a neighborhood and we'll do crack sealing in that neighborhood. We may not tackle the most other significant issues with that, or we'll go out and we'll tackle potholes. But what we don't do is we don't send a crew out and say, all right, in this neighborhood, let's tackle every single thing we see, right? In part because we don't want to spend all those resources doing all of those things when we've got other people going, hey, I've got this big pothole in my neighborhood. We just need to go out and tackle that pothole too. So what I think I was trying to say is when we get those lists of the manholes specifically, we'll go out, we knock out those manholes that are, that we have the ability to, that don't have a larger structural problem. And then we order the part to do what we can or bring in a contractor or schedule to come back and do that bigger problem manhole, but then we'll move on to a different neighborhood. But again, what I would say is we are seeing these happen so often that we'll go out and look at a neighborhood as we're fixing something over here. That one doesn't look so bad yet, so we don't touch it. But then literally 4 months later, it's gotten worse. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And so while we've moved on to another neighborhood, now somebody's calling us about that one. But again, it's about spreading those resources as opposed to going and knocking out every single one that may or may not be a real problem, that may or may not get worse, but that's done at the expense of hitting somebody else's neighborhood.
So basically, it's the severity throughout the city is what you're looking at, not neighborhood by neighborhood.
That's right. That's right. We address sort of a severity issue because we just don't have the resources to send a crew into a neighborhood to deal with every problem and then have other crews out dealing with all of the other things citywide. There would be a price to pay for that comprehensive focus on the neighborhood. Does that make
Makes sense. Thank you.
We also, I know at the last council meeting, I requested try and get an update on, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, proceed.
Oh, we have lots more. So I'm going to go kind of to the other extreme from fighting the fires and those types of maintenance activities to the projects that we have to contract out. They're a little bit longer term, larger projects. We've had some great successes fairly recently with some of the resurfacing projects that we've done in neighborhoods. We will now talk about our 2024 SPAM rehabilitation project, and it includes 3 different locations. St. Andrews, which is just about wrapping up. I think they still have some more restoration to do and maybe some fix-ups there. It also will include Maple, which will get underway shortly, and we are in the thick of Dove Meadows and Silver Tree. We have not done a rehabilitation project of this magnitude for quite some time, since before my time here at the city. So we are certainly encountering some things that maybe weren't expected when we set out with this rehabilitation. So this is where we're taking out curb and gutter, tearing off the asphalt, doing cement stabilization of the base, which is a messy, messy process. It works great for the long-term structure of the road, but it's a real mess when it's getting done. And so one thing, we're going to potentially look at some alternative methods to reach a similar product, but there are some trade-offs with that. Not for Dove Meadows, we're pretty far along with that, but what I want to do is acknowledge, I'm sure you're going to hear from lots of the folks here tonight. We've been hearing from them. We've got a handle, I believe, on a lot of the issues. We understand a lot of the issues. We still have work to do. I was even reading some responses from the contractor coming into this meeting this evening. So I want to acknowledge some of the issues that we've been hearing about and let you all know some of the things that we're going to try and do to tackle those things, and lessons we're learning for future projects. So the city contracted with a general contractor. I believe the notice to proceed date was September of 25. And they're contractually obligated to finish the project, which does include St. Andrews, Dove Meadows, and Maple, by July 17th of 2026. There's really technically nothing that we can do to force them to speed up. They're able to meet that deadline for completion of the project. So understand it's taking longer. Hopefully in the future we can write in more provisions within the contract to stipulate limited areas of work instead of allowing them to dictate the schedule of things. So we do recognize that the contractor and their subcontractor, there are some problems there. The removal operations of curb and sidewalk got ahead of the replacement effort. So we had large portions of the subdivision in different areas that were left open without being re-poured in a timely fashion. Communication is probably the #1 thing. We should have met with the neighbors before the project even started to help communicate some of these things. We should have been sending out more notices throughout the job and making sure that we have solid points of contact both at the city and with the contractor for folks to contact if the notices aren't sufficient to answer all of their questions. We have met with the contractor multiple times to address the shortcomings. We're still working on that. They have not solved all the issues that we've brought up. We certainly haven't solved all the issues that we're hearing from folks, but we will not finish the job. We will not accept the job until everything has been addressed appropriately. The contractor has increased personnel working on the project to speed up completion. The final dress-up of treated base and paving is expected during the first 2 weeks of March, weather permitting. We're finally getting a little bit more, I would consider, adequate service from the contractor and now it will rain. So that will throw a little wrench in the near-term schedule. I want to make sure everybody understands any excavated and disturbed areas will get new topsoil, will be sodded. I'm hearing stories that the topsoil is being just thrown down on top of debris that's been left. We understand that. We'll be investigating that and making sure that the debris has been appropriately removed. I want to point out that there's part of Dove Meadows and Silver Tree, the area highlighted in purple, that is just to be beginning this week and next week. It's a shorter length. There's less concrete work to be done. So we did provide some notices to residents about this on the 20th of February, and our contractor is being tasked with providing additional notices that we are reviewing before they go out. Apparently some other notices went out from the subcontractor without our awareness. We are requesting 48 hours notice before folks need to make any arrangements for parking. Some other things that I've been hearing, I just want to acknowledge that we have heard and we are working on it. Just general construction debris and trash, staging areas in inappropriate locations on HOA property, on some personal property. We are addressing that with the contractor. He's addressing it with his subcontractor. Any areas, again, that have been disturbed by construction will be put back to the state they were in prior to construction or better. Sprinkler systems have been damaged. Private driveways and walkways have been damaged. And we are seeing this. We have heard this. We'll make sure that everyone understands the claims process to go through the contractor and how to make that contact and what to do if a claim needs to be made. Many of these items will be repaired and taken care of by the contractor themselves. If they're not, folks are certainly encouraged to make a claim with the contractor after the fact. Next, I'll give a briefing on the Maple Drive project, which should be starting this week. There are different levels of work in different segments. It should be a much more streamlined process than the Dove Meadows. The west end is just street work, no curb removal, so it's much more straightforward. The middle segment is reconstruction, similar to the reconstruction in Dove Meadows, but again, it's very limited in its scope, 2 blocks, I believe, of Maple Drive, and the east end will have some minor concrete work and street work. The project notifications have been done, 3 different notifications letting folks know what's happening on their block, and we are working closely with the contractor to make sure that they adhere to these notification requirements. The area between Chestnut and Vicky Lynn is where they will be beginning, and that is in the most significant part of the construction. Another place that we're doing a similar project, Buffalo Valley South, we've had some similar issues, lots of dust. These are very difficult projects when you're working in an already developed subdivision and you've got streets that are in such a shape that they really do need to be either reconstructed or rehabilitated. It is a messy, messy project. And we really do owe it to the citizens to sort of hold their hands through these things a little bit better and do what we can to minimize the inconvenience. But I'm hopeful that in the end, we'll have great products. So the utility work, so the difference with Buffalo Valley South and Dove Meadows is just streets. Buffalo Valley South, we replaced water and wastewater. Most of that work is done. And there's a final section of sewer main to be replaced, and that is going to be done by pipe bursting, so they don't have to trench. They can actually go in through the manholes and burst the pipe out from the inside. Final testing is still needed as far as the street work. The cement treatment is completed in nearly all the areas. There is some additional curb replacement underway, and it is anticipated to be completed in March, and then paving should be done in early April.
Kathy, real quick, do you want to talk about, back up one slide? So just to explain some of the challenges we had on this one is, right, this neighborhood is so old that we ran into things, the contractor ran into things unexpectedly, right? Most of the newer neighborhoods, we have a fair idea where things are, but in the Buffalo Valley South,
Right, we had a lot of utility unexpected conflicts, gas lines where they were not expected. We replaced, the sewer lines, the water lines, and the laterals and services to each lot, and quite often they were not where they were expected to be. It was difficult to figure out where the house was getting its service from. So those were some additional challenges down there.
So is this in the area of Zool Street, Dowman, First Street?
Yes, Lee
Mill
Street,
Street?
Church,
Yeah.
Mill, yes.
Okay.
So the next set of streets that we are working on design for right now, they'll be, these are resurfacing. These are not the rehabilitation, full rehabilitation of the streets like Dove Meadows. But what we are finding is that these streets have deteriorated more quickly than was anticipated when we put the project together and said we're going to resurface these streets, and that was based on pavement condition assessments that were done several years ago. We thought we'll go in there, we'll do some crack sealing, we'll do some level up repairs where there's some localized base failures, and it will be fairly simple, more like the slurry seals that you've seen in some of the other neighborhoods. So the streets have deteriorated somewhat more, quite a bit more, as a matter of fact, which means there's more base repair that's needed. There's some concrete work that's needed that we didn't expect to be needed. We are evaluating funding options for this one. It was budgeted at $1.1 million, and it's currently estimated to be $3.4 million. So that's a significant shortfall. So we need to evaluate whether we're going to try to find some funding somewhere, or if we're going to just take some of those neighborhoods out. The problem is, if we don't move quickly, we could be looking at needing to do the full rehabilitation, like the Dove Meadows project, in more of these neighborhoods. So we'll be having that conversation as we move forward and in the budget process as well. Kramer Farms is a rehabilitation project, and the design is almost complete on that one. This is just about half of the Kramer Farms neighborhood. So we will certainly be working hard to hopefully avoid some. We won't be able to avoid all the problems and all of the inconveniences for folks, but we will work as hard as we possibly can on the communication and avoiding some of the problems that we've been having in Dove Meadows. 2026 SPAM, we're looking at, the design is underway for this one. Should have the design completed at the end of March. That'll be Woodland Oaks, Horseshoe Oaks, and Fairway Ridge. Those are just resurfacing projects. The expectation is that they hopefully will come in and they will still be minor base repairs, crack seal, and then slurry seal. Savannah Drive resurfacing is a little bit more significant, and I cannot tell you, I apologize, Mr. Nowak has all this right in the top of his head, whether that one is a mill and overlay or if it's also a slurry seal, but we do expect initial plans by the end of March on that one. We've actually bundled together with those projects the TSAC crosswalks. We have 2 in Homestead and 1 on Savannah. That we're really excited about being able to implement some of those. So those are actually we're contracting them for the design and for the construction along with the Savannah project. Northcliffe Country Club Estates is under design. That one is replacing water and sewer and rehabilitating the streets. So that's a big one. That's gonna take quite some time. We've gone through 1 round of review of the design, and we'll continue on with that. Schertz Forest is street work and also some water line replacement through the subdivision. Construction costs have come in higher than expected, so we're looking at some value engineering to try to limit perhaps some of the improvements or some of the costs, but be able to still make most of the improvements that we hope to. There are some drainage issues there that we're hoping to resolve. Lower Seguin Road, the plans are at 95%. We've applied for one grant, didn't get selected, but we're going to continue to apply as that one comes around. We're also applying for another grant this summer, and we are looking to include a grant from the Texas Water Development Board to assist with the water line relocations to go along with that project. Main Street, finalizing water and sewer plans, coordinating with TxDOT, and public outreach and some easement acquisition is expected to start soon. Lookout Road, we're challenged there trying to acquire the right-of-way that we need at Schertz Parkway and Door Lane intersections with Lookout Road. We're hoping to have plan modifications soon, and hopefully we can get started with construction in the not too distant future. One thing that came up, I think a lot of you probably already get the emails about this, but there will be a full closure of Lower Seguin Road at 1518 beginning tomorrow for 2 full days, Wednesday and Thursday. So there will be detours out there. And of course, all of this is weather permitting. So if it rains and they can't do the work, be on the lookout. There'll be a detour another day.
And that's a TxDOT project.
Yes, that's TxDOT. So comments and questions.
I have a couple of questions. One is, are we doing anything for dust control on some of these subdivisions in the older part of Schertz and Dove Meadows?
Yes, so the contractor is supposed to, and I know that they have, I've seen it in some instances. I get reports from our inspectors that they do run the water truck. Sometimes then that becomes a sloppy mess. So that's a kind of a double-edged sword there, but they do try to keep things as dust-free as possible. I think another situation there is there's the dust, and then there's this sort of messy slurry that gets created when they leave the surface after the cement stabilization, and then that cement gets on the cars. This is another thing that we understand is a problem. The dust, I hear, is getting on houses, all over cars, this sort of thing. So they should be keeping the dust knocked down as much as possible. I know that days go by when the truck breaks down or for whatever reason it doesn't get watered as much as it should, but we will continue to try and stay on them about that.
Okay, and then lastly, as you stated, I think communication is key.
Yes, sir.
As far as keeping our residents informed of when they're going to be affected by this construction.
Yes.
And so that way they can know when things might return back to some normalcy, and just making sure that everything gets put back just like it was found. So.
Yes.
And we have Councilman Guerrero.
Yeah, referring to the Dove Meadows neighborhood, I just have one question about that. Why did the contractor do all the streets instead of doing it one by one?
I cannot answer that question. Some of it might, but I might argue that it may be more inefficient the way they actually chose to do it. But we contractually, because the way our contract is written, it doesn't allow us, and no construction contract allows us to dictate means and methods. So we can't tell the contractor exactly how to perform the job. We have a set of plans. We say, this is the existing plan, this is the final plan, go build it. I'm way oversimplifying that. We will look in the future for other projects to try to phase things and build that into the contract so that the contractor does have a limitation as far as how much they can tear up before they restore.
And I think maybe more directly, I think the contractors kind of acknowledged there was probably their subcontractor, as Kathy said, just got out ahead of themselves. I think everybody looks at it now and says you should not have gone in and torn so much up, whether it's one street or two streets. You should have done a smaller area, knocked that out, jumped on and paved that, moved on to the other. We are all in agreement with that. Why they did it that way, whether they thought they would go faster on the second part, whether they had miscommunication, it's not entirely clear to us, but they have acknowledged, I think, that, yeah, they got out ahead of themselves and they understand the issues that we're having as we're having those conversations.
Well, just like Mr. Rodriguez was saying, I mean, the communication is key. So the residents, that's my main concern. They need milestones. They need communication. They need to know what's happening, if not monthly, weekly. But they need to know what's going on. It's a mess over there. I went over there not too long ago, and it's a complete mess. All the streets are just, they're not good. And everybody already knows this. So they definitely need some type of milestone. What's happening within the next 2 weeks? When is the completion date? And they also need information as far as getting all the damages paid back. So,
yeah, we would agree with you. Again, I think, and again, not as an excuse, but this was a more significant project than we have undertaken in recent memory, right? On the one hand, it's a big mess, it's frustrating, it's all to a certain degree. This is not what we typically do, right? We're going in to do a bunch of curb, you're seeing the work on the driveway replacement. I mean, you want to explain part of why we're doing what we're doing here in terms of the neighborhood, why this was the effort, as opposed to a more minor.
So part of the need for the replacement of the curb as opposed to just being able to resurface the street has to do with settling under the street, also settling under the curb. Drainage has been challenged. There's been settling that causes drainage to flow counter to where it wants to go. So we need to go in and make those corrections, not just the street, but beyond the street, the curb and the gutter and behind.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, again, to be clear, residents are right to be frustrated. Council's right to be frustrated. We're frustrated with the contractor on this. The thing I think to keep in mind in part, not that it couldn't have been done better, is that if you're saying, well, why didn't we hear about this with last year's projects or the year before's project, is we have not done this significant level. We've not had this amount of curb we've had to go in. We've not had the driveways that have to done. But again, this is the balance we're trying to find, right? We're going to go in and spend a bunch of money on this, millions of dollars. What residents don't want is then to look up a year or two later and go, hey, it's falling apart again. And if we hadn't dealt with this issue of the settling and the curb, which is part of why there's this issue, we would have seen that. And so I get the frustration. This is a $6 million project on these that we're doing, so it's a fairly substantial, again, trying to do better going forward. And I think, as Kathy said, we're going to be having some conversations in future projects, in terms of how we do those and what we do with those and what methods are done to try to get a better result and less messy.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think we're not here to kind of beat anybody up, but definitely want to learn from our mistakes. And going forward, maybe trying to phase in some of these repairs so that way they don't go in and just tear up the whole subdivision. And as long as we're learning, as we continue to move forward and making things better for our residents, that's the main thing. And then I'll go ahead and go to Councilman Dr. Robert Sheridan.
Real quick, I was looking at the notice to proceed date, the NTP, 25 September 25, and then a completion date, estimated completion date of 17 July 26. My calculation is about 9 to 10 months. Is that normal for this particular size of project, or?
So I think it is, and remember this is St. Andrews and Dove Meadows and Silvertree and Maple Drive. So it's a reasonable amount of time. There is one little detail that I don't have, but I know when I read it, there was a base bid and a base time and then an alternative, and I do not know what that alternative was.
Yeah.
But it added a little bit of time to the.
Maybe to explain that, right? So the way it works is there's not the expectation that they're going to start construction immediately in that
Right,
September
yeah.
date, and it's going to take that long, right? The way we do it and the way we bid these out, and they price the cost of this based on, we're going to give you a window of time to do this, and you work it in how you want, right? I think certainly we can do some things to tighten those up as best we can. We will likely pay more for that to tighten that up because they don't have as much flexibility with other jobs than this and the other.
Yeah, and I think like the mayor and, Councilman Guerrero was talking about, again, communication was definitely, that we need to get better at on this, on these type of projects. I know, as a former contracting guy, some of the things that we can do is, build into the RFQ possibly a presentation of some sort ahead of time for the residents.
Yes.
That, hey, by the contractor, hey, this is what's happening. This is time for, again, we may not like the information that we're being given, but at least we're giving it, right? So I think that piece would be definitely an improvement. And then secondly, I took a drive down there when I first heard about this and went on a solo drive. And then I went on the second trip. There was a lot of debris in the valley, and I actually took some photos. There was just debris scattered all over the place, and then there was kids, they're students, they're traveling to go to school. So my concern is safety. They're taking this route. This I can't think of the
There was some wires.
The what?
The wires sticking up.
Yes, actually, there was wires sticking up and things of that nature. And the kids are going to school, going to the park, et cetera. So we need to be conscious of that and make sure whoever's inspecting, that we look at those areas as well to be of safety concern. That's all I have. I appreciate you. Thank y'all.
Councilman Guerrero.
As you guys are communicating with the contractor, just tell them to look at it at a different angle. What if they were the ones that were living there?
Yes, sir, we would agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't think we have any other comments or concerns, but definitely appreciate y'all addressing our comments. Yes, you can go ahead, feel free.
Okay, so just to address the issue of our commitment to street maintenance and maintaining that asset. If you'll remember, the council identified 5 priorities, I believe, or 4 priorities 5-6 years ago prior to me getting here, and we've kind of refashioned those. We've used that as a theme of our budgeting process. And I just want to recap a couple of items that we have over the last 3 years added significantly more to the operating budget in terms of our maintenance. So the first part of what you heard in terms of a presentation was our daily maintenance type things, potholes, small repairs, things of that nature. Included in that has been added sidewalks as well. So that's a significant portion of that. So in our operating budget this year, if you'll remember when we adopted it, we have $1.91 million in the streets department for repairs and maintenance. And then we also added $100,000 for repairs to sidewalks, as well as late in the process, $315,000 in the engineering department for traffic safety issues, which speaks to crosswalks and some sidewalk rearrangement, those kinds of things, to make it safer for our residents. So we are making this a very high priority, and of course we can get better in the way we deliver in a lot of ways, but in some ways, but the city is committed to making sure that we invest in that, going from crack seal to resurfacing to reconstructing to rehabbing to completely reconstructing roads. So as a reminder, we did develop a capital improvement program in the last 2 years. This is a comprehensive 10-year capital improvement program that identifies and organizes and identifies funding mechanisms for these major capital projects that are out there. This includes things like water, sewer, drainage, parks, but it also includes streets. So if you look at our CIP, Capital Improvement Program, for the 10-year period, we have $207.6 million in projects identified over that span of time. Now, we really detail out the first 5 years of our CIP, and In that span of time, there are about $103 million in projects that are identified. And for this fiscal year alone, we have $53.9 million and 14.8 that was approved in previous years. So we have a large commitment on the behalf of the city to plan for, well, in the short term, to really start working on these significant capital projects. Some that might, they take a long time, so they might push a little bit and things happen, and we're trying to identify various revenue sources, so it might push out. But in essence, we have a $207 million street CIP that's on the books right now. So I just wanted to point that out. So we have put a lot of work into making sure that we maintain it from the lowest, the easiest repair, all the way up to the biggest. Because we do get calls, like for example, on Lower Seguin. That is a major $18 million reconstruction project of that street from an old country road to a 3-lane with the center lane redo all the way down. And it takes several years, and we're working with federal government to try and receive grant funding for that as well. And I say all this to say that it shows that we are planning and we are committed, and we have bumps along the way, and we're going to fix those, but we're committed to moving forward. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and so for the folks who are here to speak, we want to hear everything they have to say, and just want to let you know that I'll listen to folks if you want to talk personally afterwards with particular issues. I'll be here.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to our regular, back up to hearing of residents. At this time, is set aside for any person wishing to address City Council. Each person should fill out the speaker's register prior to the meeting. Presentation should be limited to no more than 3 minutes. As you come up, please state your name and your address. Mayor Pro Tem Davis, do we have anybody wishing to speak?
And Mr. Mayor, we have quite a few tonight. First up is Delia Gowana.
Good evening, Mayor and councilwomen and men and our guest. My name is Delia Guyona, and I am the owner of a Smoothie King that we just opened up in the Schertz Station community. We're very excited to be part of the community, and we're wanting to invite everyone here and the council chamber to our grand opening that we're having on Friday. It is going to be our ribbon cutting, and we'll be having smoothies for $2, the angel food. And I just want you guys to imagine walking into a store where every ingredient has a purpose, where the menu isn't just about flavor, but about fueling your day, your workout, your goal, and even your dreams. It's not just a smoothie shop, it's Smoothie King. At Smoothie King, we believe a smoothie should do more than just taste good. It should do good. We are a purpose-driven lifestyle brand committed to inspiring people to live a healthy and active lifestyle. Our mission is very simple: to be an intricate part of every health and fitness journey. And how do we do that? By clean blend promise, purposeful ingredients, and customizing your drinks. And we don't just sell drinks. We sell bread, we sell acai bowls, and I brought some samples. We have them in the back. We have some coupons for anybody that wants to take them. I'm so excited to tell you we are the first Smoothie King in Schertz. Smoothie King has been around since 1973, and now there are several of them all over the United States. Over the years, we've evolved from simply selling smoothies to becoming a partner of a healthy living. We align our brand with active lifestyles, participating with fitness communities, our schools, everyone around us. And I know that everyone's working very hard with the roads, and we will have those smoothies ready for you for a nice, cool drink. In a world full of quick fixes and empty calories, we stand from something different: transparency, empowerment, and community. We're all about being involved in the community. I started this because my son was swimming and has swam 4 years in a row, gone to regional, district, and state, and now he is at Oklahoma Christian University swimming. So I want to be a part of the community and help everyone that we can. So please come by and see us on Friday. We will have the smoothies ready for you. Thank you so much, everybody.
Next up is Daniel Jameson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Biggest concern has been brought to me is about having a playground area for special needs children. There's not one in the city that I'm aware of, and I've been here since '68, so that's a long time. We need to get some kind of playground equipment and have it covered for our special needs kids, ranging from the age of about 9 to about 18. These kids, whether they have a place to play or not, they need a place to play. That's their biggest practice. The other thing is our breakfast coming up on the 21st, 8 to 11 for the VFW. A lot of y'all have already asked me about it. Please come out, 12 bucks, all you can eat. Come and get something to eat. It's worth your time and effort. Not to mention, Rock Point has their good breakfast too. Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Adam Green.
Countdown clock. I'm a pastor. I'm not good with these things. Well, good evening. My name is Adam Green. Hello to Mayor, Managers, Council. I'm the lead pastor down here at 500 Schertz Parkway at what I like to call our little slice of heaven between the Dollar General and Arlen's in Schertz, Texas. I'm here to really ask for your assistance and your help. I'd be greatly appreciative of it, specifically in regards to signage. Our church had the privilege of moving into a lease space down here between Dollar General and Arlen's back in 2017. So that's 9 years ago, a little over 9 years ago now. We've been down there, and when we moved in, we placed signs made of vinyl on already pre-existing areas that already were there before we even arrived, used by the church that used the facility before us. So we've placed signs on both the facade of our building and on the wooden previously existing frame out by the street since that time. So for over 9 years, we have had signage that we have changed periodically when it felt like it got dingy or we changed service times. But those signs aren't saying, hey, come eat our fried chicken. They're not saying, hey, we have a farmer's market. They simply say, this is who we are. This is where we meet, and this is when we meet. These are all the signs have said in varying degrees, sizes, and all of that. For over 9 years, we've had zero issues, zero complaint, or anything like that. So I was incredibly surprised to receive a phone call yesterday saying that our signs were not in compliance. We needed permits, and those permits now, based on an ordinance that was passed, I guess, last year by this group, which I agree, applaud, and appreciate, trying to keep thoroughfares looking clean and looking nice. To my understanding, we never had any sort of question or concern up to that point. And so I was real surprised to get a phone call, and now there are permits that we can get, but none of them will allow us to actually keep our signage up on our space, letting people know who we are, where we are, and where we meet, and what time we do that. This is a problem. We're in a lease space, so we don't want to spend a bunch of money on permanent signage. We're a church that loves this community, works hand in hand with the city, participating in events. Many of y'all have taken pictures in front of our signs for years at various events and had no problems. And so I need your help to possibly come up with a solution for a permit or something that we can pay for and be able to keep the signage up throughout the year rather than taking it down and up and all of those things. So, okay, thank you.
Next up is Mr. Richard Elder.
Good evening. My name is Richard Elder. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I reside at 4317 Willow Oak in Schertz. By background, my 24 years in the Air Force is engineering, also engineering for AT&T and defense contractors. I've had the opportunity to do a lot of test and evaluation of products, processes, and procedures to see that they actually work as intended in the environment that they're intended. So tonight we're talking about whether or not the residents are being grossly overcharged for sewer. First, we have to look at the Schertz sewer charge chart that comes out. And of note, I would point you to the bottom right there. Basically, there's a $16.40 charge of doing nothing. Understandably, we have to maintain sewer lines, we have to operate lift stations and so forth, so the stuff continues to roll that way. However, if your water rate comes out to be such that the average usage is over 12,000 gallons, you're charged $5.40 per 1,000 gallons. However, if it's over 12,000, you're charged $12.38 per 1,000. And we'll get to that at the end. This is my bill for January. Of note is the sewer charge of $79.04. You can see the consumption through the year. My water rate for the month is understandably lower, so I'm paying more for sewer than I am for water, but this is a time when I'm not doing that much watering, but I am having to water. If you call somebody like Thomas Turf Grass and say, I'd like for you to deliver your $4,000 sod project to my house, and oh, by the way, I'm not going to water it for the months of November, December, January, February, and half of March, and I want you to guarantee it through that period of time, they're going to look at you like you've lost your mind. The city would not conceive of not watering their parks and playground area in those months either. Obviously, they say we use reprocessed water. That's not available to the home user. However, there was a plan at one time to add a second water meter, but that required a licensed plumber to install. I'm not sure of the installation technique, but it seems that there's an alternative to that, that if a second meter is installed, you would have your main meter, the total flow, you would have your irrigation meter to then be subtracted from your total flow, and that would give you your actual flow. So what you see here is this data is from the city water department for November, December, and January. Obviously, February is just now available. But you can see monstrously that I've watered 3 times in November, 3 times in December, twice in January. You'll also notice that after the waterings in November, you really want to, can I continue on with this? What do you say?
I'll go ahead and allow you another 3 minutes if you can wrap it up.
So you can see that there's some additional watering because we have some zones that get burned out by the sun. When you take a closer look at this, you can see how dramatic my day-to-day usage is versus the days that I water. That was November we looked at, there's December, and there's January. Now, when you tabulate that in an Excel spreadsheet, you can clearly identify the days you've watered. For example, November 7th, 2,528 gallons. Now, if you were to charge me, which you do, for sewer rate based on that, the total water consumption there is 10,399 gallons. However, if you take the 3 watering days, take the day before, the day after, and average them together, you come up with 117 instead of 2,528, and so forth, and you can see that. If you then replace those into the column on the right and add that up, you can see that essentially I put 3,841 gallons down the drain of the 10,399 I purchased. Yet, if I'm going to be charged for that month as being representative of my sewer rate, I would be paying $72.55 for 12 months afterwards, as opposed to the more realistic rate of $37.14 based on what I'm actually putting down the sewer. If you multiply that by 12 months, you get an annual cost of $870 versus $445. We're not talking about chump change here. This is not a $5 difference. Quite dramatic. The same thing then for December, the same thing then for January. So you can see that on average, my monthly sewage charge should be, if based on this data over 3 months, it should be about $36, not $72 or $69 or $62, and definitely not $79. Again, if you needed more detail, you can see that here, and I simply expanded those out so that you could see what is being calculated. So when you add that together, the present process for November is the first line, December the second line, January the third line. And you can see how much I'm being overcharged on the right. $424, $437, $304, depending on which of those months were to have been the average for the November to March 15th timeframe. So that leads us to recommendations. City can perform data reduction on the same data that they gave me. It takes an Excel spreadsheet and a script to do that. An alternative, which I think would be much more fair, would be to adopt the month of January, just January, and tell people, if you water, you're going to pay a sewer charge on that for the next year. And I think people can work with that. If neither of those is adopted, then allow residents who want to spend the time, want to investigate, take the data and reduce it just as I've done and say, $36 is what I should be paying, not $79. And there should only be one rate for 1,000 gallons, not 540 and then 1238.
Can you go ahead and wrap it up, please?
Okay, you can see the final notes there. Thank you. I can remain here for questions. Good evening.
Next up is Sarah Dietz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Williams, council members, and Schertz community. My name is Sarah Dietz, and I am running for Schertz City Council Place 6 in the special elections on April 4th. My roots are deep here. I am a wife to a 32-year fire lieutenant who got his start right here in the city of Schertz. I am a mom and a bonus mom to 5 Clemens graduates, 2 of which are first responders. So it goes without saying that pro-public safety is very, very dear to my heart. Safe neighborhoods and strong support for police, fire, and EMS, ensuring they have the resources that they need, is very important to our family. I'm a strong supporter of this community. My husband's family has called the city of Schertz their home for over 150 years. I want responsible, thoughtful growth that protects the hometown feeling that my husband grew up with while planning wisely for the future. I want our children and our grandchildren to be proud to call this their home for years to come. I'm a former teacher at SCUC ISD. I couldn't leave it alone when I resigned, so now I'm a current board member for the SCUC Education Foundation, and I am the current president for the Women's Council of Realtors. Helping, educating, volunteering has always been my life's passion. I'm ready to serve the citizens of Schertz. Thank you very much.
Next up is Raquel Gutierrez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and Schertz community. My name is Raquel Gutierrez, and I am a candidate for Council Place 6. I live at 1016 Silver Tree, Schertz, Texas. Council members, consider this. Dedicated leadership anticipates needs before they become problems. It means looking years into the future, not just 5 minutes ahead. So tomorrow morning, residents will wake up and turn on their water faucet without questioning whether clean water will flow. Residents will wonder about water pressure, and in an emergency, they will expect fire hydrants to perform without hesitation. That confidence in our community exists because past council planned ahead, long before the urgency of growth demanded it. That is our community standard, and the expectation is high. As our city continues to grow, water planning is not just another discussion point. It is one of the most serious responsibilities entrusted to this council. For every rooftop, every commercial permit issued, for every small business, in every expansion, each one of those increases demand on infrastructure that must be sustainable, reliable, and financially sound. Water is more than just a utility. Water protects public safety. It supports our city's economic security. Additionally, water provides stability for families who are trusting this council to get it right. Decisions made at this level are not temporary. Council shapes our city's future for years to come. Decisions made require thoughtful foresight, transparency, and disciplined financial stewardship. Additionally, fiscal responsibility works the same way. Planning ahead means more than sitting around the table during budget meetings. It means managing today's pressures while preventing tomorrow's vulnerabilities in a fast-growing city. It means protecting reserves before they are strained and ensuring growth pays for future growth. It means respecting homeowners sitting around the kitchen table, the small business owners balancing payroll, and the retiree living on a fixed income. Because once infrastructure paths are chosen, once budgets are committed and finalized, they are not easily reversed. Responsible growth is a blessing, but only when infrastructure keeps pace, when financial foundations are solid, when decisions are guided by long-term consequences rather than short-term urgencies. So this evening, I ask council, are you preparing this city for tomorrow or simply managing today? Because the difference between those two approaches will define this city long after all of us are gone. Our residents deserve preparation. They deserve stability. I'm wrapping up. They deserve leadership that looks beyond the moment. That is why I'm stepping up forward to serve the residents of this community with courage, integrity, and steadfast faith. I consider myself a 5-star community advocate. Thank you for the privilege of your time. I look for you on the campaign trail. Thank you.
Next up is Bob Jameson.
Bob Jameson, 4504 Brush Creek Drive, Schertz. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Management, you've seen me here before. I'm back again. I'm here about 4573 Roy Richards. The construction of the rather large building strip center commercial development by Birnbaum Properties, 20 foot from my property line. They have also milled off 12 foot of the plat surface. On August 11th, I was in touch with city engineering because we wanted the drainage plans and the plat leveling plans. City engineering said, submit a Freedom of Information Act, we'll get it to you. On the 25th of August, we submitted that request. 10 days, 10 business days went by, and the city did not fulfill the obligation. According to law and state law, if you miss the deadline, it's considered to be public information and should be provided, not the city. They hired an attorney, and we got a letter and a phone call. We were called terrorists or affiliated with terrorists, and therefore the information would not be provided to us, and it was sent to the state attorney general, Mr. Paxton. The city sent their documentation, we sent ours. 45 days later, through this delaying action, the Attorney General's office found for us on all accounts, and the information was released. Not much we can do with it 45 days later. Our engineering firm, Kogo Point Engineering, reviewed it. We still have some concerns. This backs up 20 foot from our property line, mostly drainage issues. My question is, who authorized this? I have to abide by the rules. I can't come in here and call somebody a terrorist, but it happened to us. And I've been to enough meetings here to understand we have some financial concerns. Why is taxpayer money being spent to hire an attorney to defend a large business entity? It makes no sense to me. I'm going to close. Abraham Lincoln was Gettysburg Address, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. I'm waiting for some answers. Thank you.
Next up is Lori Murphy.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. My name is Lori Murphy. I'm a resident of the Dove Meadows project, and I'm speaking for the community, of the residents of the community. I am here on behalf of the Dove Meadows regarding the pavement projects that began in late October. We support infrastructure improvements and recognize the long-term value of maintaining our streets. Our purpose tonight is to provide awareness of ongoing conditions as the project progresses. I know some of this was mentioned previously, but I'm just speaking out as a resident for the residents of the community. Since late October, dust mitigation and property-related impacts have been the primary concerns within the neighborhood. The sustained level of dust associated with sidewalk removal, grading, and paving activity has affected daily living conditions. Residents have reported upon upper respiratory irritation and increased strain on the HVAC systems due to the dust infiltration. Vehicles have required repeated cleaning, multiple tire repairs have occurred, and undercarriage concerns have been documented. In addition, residents have experienced irrigation system disruptions, landscaping impacts, and documented falls within active work areas, including emergency room visits. These observations are being carefully documented and organized into a comprehensive restoration report that will be submitted to the prime contractor, Easy Bell, for review. There are also safety considerations related to staging areas. Construction materials and debris have at times been stored in unsecured locations. Additionally, neighborhood walking trails have been utilized for staging purposes. resulting in complete disruption for residents who regularly use those paths. We respectfully request that those trails be restored to their original condition upon project completion. You may also note that this project has now extended across several months. Initial projections referred completion in early March. However, a clearly defined and verified completion timeline has not yet been confirmed. As work continues, residents would benefit from realistic schedule with clearly communicated milestones. Our request is straightforward, consistent dust mitigation, secure site management, full property and trail restoration, and transparent, may I speak, continue? I just have a little bit more to go, sir.
Okay, if you can wrap it up within the next minute.
Pardon?
If you can wrap it up within the next minute.
Yes. Our request is straightforward, consistent dust mitigation, secure site management, full property and trail restoration, and transparent timeline communication moving forward. Dove Meadows residents remain committed to a collaborative and solution-oriented approach. We support improved infrastructure and simply want to ensure that the final outcome reflects the city's standards for safety, quality, and restoration. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Mayor, the last person to sign up is Miguel Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, as well as City staff. My name is Dr. Miguel Vasquez, and I serve as President of the Schertz Cibolo Cemetery Association. And on behalf of the association, I'm here today to give you thanks, the City Council, City, and as well as the Schertz Historical Preservation Committee in awarding us a preservation grant. So I just wanted to show you an example of what we did with the grant. Let's see if I can figure out how this works. So here's the, just as a refresher, this is the entrance to the cemetery, and it shows you our Texas historical marker that we're very proud of. The mission and goals of the cemetery, preserve local history, protect and enhance the burial grounds, and create an environment for the public for learning and remembrance. So the cemetery was established in 1905. We're one of 7 historical cemeteries that's situated along Cibolo Creek, basically from Old Town Schertz back in the early 1900s. So once again, the cemetery extends their gratitude to the city and the Preservation Committee. And what we did with the money is we created what are called what we call the Interpretive Panel Project. So this shows you one of the panels here describing the arrival of the first farm workers to the area. And we were able to find some old pictures as well. So we do have pictures of people actually picking cotton. Here's another panel which describes the founding of the Catholic Church in Schertz. And it also shows we have a facsimile of the letter that was written by the priest to the Archdiocese to build the church here in Schertz, and that church now is actually the Church of the Good Shepherd. Another panel that describes some of the history of the cemetery itself and some of the aspects of the particular grave sites. And another one on the ecology of nearby Cibolo Creek. And also a panel describing the Native American presence on the grounds of the cemetery. So that shows you some of the pictures of some of the flintstones that we found, arrowheads, daggers, that tells you there's been a presence here in this area of people at least 2,000 years, all right? So before any of the migrations that came to this area. And so actually, a little secret, anytime we have a burial out there, it's an opportunity that I can sift some of the dirt, and that's how we find some of the artifacts. Little tidbit there. So second part of the project was the creation of a brick walkway to connect these different panels, which makes it easier for walking and also anybody in a wheelchair. And that's another view of the walkway. And that was the reception when we dedicated everything. So we do appreciate the city. Thank you for helping us. The money actually that you gave us, basically we're giving it back to the public. So thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, having no more residents to be heard, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Go ahead and come on up. Okay, if you want to step up. If you'll state your name and address.
I'm Shane Seiler. I live at 2924 Pawtucket Road in Schertz, Texas. Whether the city is aware or not, previously, one of the most underestimated yet significant issues that influenced the recent elections was the new trash contractor set for the trash services in Schertz here recently. While we were generally expecting, associated costs to increase, just a regular COLA increase, the city's efforts to adequately engage and poll the constituents regarding the options and selection with the new trash contractor were insufficient. As a result, residents have been left paying more and while receiving diminished services from the current provider of Frontier Waste Solutions. Although some may view this as an old issue, I urge you to recognize that it's a lingering issue, and the city's response to ongoing service complaints will undoubtedly remain a determining factor in future elections. The city has publicly stated that the bulk trash pickup service is allowed for 3 cubic yards of waste per residence every 2 weeks, an amount specifically described as the equivalent to 3 top-load washing machines on the city's website. I have formally requested a copy of the contract between the city and Frontier Waste Solutions to verify the specific contractual language, however, have yet to receive confirmation of the precise terms beyond what has been publicly communicated. The core issue is Frontier Waste Solutions does not appear to be collecting anywhere near the advertised capacity for bulk brush pickup and is routinely leaving bulk trash items behind. I've already called twice, once for a missed pickup and once for items left behind. As with typical spring cleanup, I've mowed and bagged dead grass from my yard using 42-gallon contractor bags. Usually because we're going every 2 weeks, they sit in the back of your bed of your pickup truck, and then when the time comes for pickup, you're left with half of it sitting still there. When you contact Frontier Waste Solutions, they hide behind the city's contract. They just show that their sole obligation is to the city, and they dismiss any customer complaints. And just to give you an idea, everybody has cameras. The math is pretty simple. If it fits in the back of a pickup truck, it's less than 2 cubic yards. 42-gallon trash bags, or even per their words, they allow up to 55-gallon. That's 5 to 7 cubic feet. There's 81 cubic feet in 3 cubic yards. It's being grossly underestimated. When I called the trash service, they say that the trash man just basically limits it to 5 bags. And so with that, I just ask that maybe the city can get involved. One, just to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do, and also be transparent about it and keep a customer complaint place where we can submit complaints that can be used in the future for any renegotiation or new biddings. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and go into a 5-minute recess at 8:15. Okay, it's 8:26. We're going to go ahead and come out of recess and resume our regular scheduled meeting. Okay, moving on from hearing of residents, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is considered self-explanatory and will be enacted by the council with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless they are removed from the consent agenda upon the request of the mayor and city council members. City council members, is there any item on the agenda that you wish pulled from the consent agenda?
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda as in its entirety.
I'll second it.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilmember Westbrook, and I got a second by Councilmember Sheridan. If I can get council members to cast the votes. Okay, having 6 yeas, no nays, motion passes. Okay, moving on to discussion and action item resolution on item 4, resolution 26-R-040, authorizing the land acquisition of the property located at 12235 Aztec Way for an amount not to exceed $100,000 plus closing costs, specifying funding sources and other matters in connection therewith.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff is coming to you seeking authorization to purchase the property at 12235 Aztec Way. So again, that's the southeast corner of FM 78 and Aztec Way. You may have kind of driven past it, not really noticed it before. It's overgrown, it's in the floodplain. It's partially in our ETJ, as you can see from this map. But again, we had appraisal done a few years ago on that. Came in at $100,000. The property owner is now offering to sell it. So staff is seeking approval to purchase the property, no more than $100,000 plus closing cost going forward.
Councilmember Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Davis, I apologize.
On this property, there's a billboard that faces FM 78.
Yes, sir.
Has that issue been resolved as well?
So we've gone in through the lease with the property, or we've gotten a copy of the lease from the property owner and reviewed that. There is a right of first, or kind of an option to buy right of first refusal, if you will, for the billboard company. We have seen correspondence where they have indicated they aren't interested in purchasing it, but they'd like to maintain the sign there. So after approval tonight, which authorizes to, we're going to reach out and get in writing from them, as we would need, that they are not exercising that right. We also will, as part of closing, have an agreement signed making clear to the billboard company and the seller and the city that we are buying that, we own the underlying rights, and that revenue from that goes to the city of Schertz. I will say this, that in the lease agreement, there's a particular provision that says if the property is acquired essentially by a governmental entity, the lease extends for 30 years, as opposed to the normal sort of 3-year or something like that. So we will be sitting down with the billboard company to have a conversation about that. Again, it's a bit of a mixed bag, and we would probably come back to council. But on the one hand, we could say, well, we don't want them having the right to lease this billboard for the next 30 years. The other part of it, though, is we do derive revenue from it, and over 30 years, we could pay for the purchase of the property. So a bit of a mixed bag. I think one of the benefits, though, that staff would see is that if in a more reasonable time frame that lease expired and the city had the billboard, we would sort of be able to use the billboard like we use the one on I-35 for folks coming in and out of the city, to advertise city events, things like that, as opposed to some of the challenges that come with perhaps if it's on city property, but people take issue with what's being advertised. So that's still to be sorted out with it. The way the lease agreement is written, if it's purchased by a governmental entity or acquired by a governmental entity, it extends the lease 30 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Westbrook?
Yes, when you say closing costs, what are we talking about?
You know, you're typically on the closing costs, you get it maybe $10,000, something like that. You know, all the various things that come. So with the Freeway Manor properties we buy, we'll pay $4,000 or so in closing cost associated with title work and things like that.
Okay.
Okay, but they vary. We don't know what those will be exactly.
Yeah, I just didn't know,
Yeah.
it's, whether it's 3%, 6%, I didn't want to, I know there's some, if you just say around about 10,000, that's good enough for me.
That's probably about what it is. We can certainly let you know after the fact what this one was. But again, with all the Freeway Manor properties and other, we say it's a sale price then closing cost.
I think the backstory behind that was just that as long as we know up front,
Yes,
therefore, I didn't want any surprises and somebody says, oh, you paid an absorbent amount of closing costs and we didn't know about it. I don't want any surprises. That's all.
No, fair enough.
10,000 seems,
I mean, I'm throwing that out. Again, I'd have to see what they are, but they're standard closing costs. And again, as we go through, we negotiate some of those out with the property owner.
sounds good. Thank you.
Brian, do you mind stepping back one step and explaining what we're purchasing the property? Yes, thank you. Why we're purchasing the property, the
Sure.
main reason.
Yeah, we're buying the property for a few reasons, right? One of the reasons that we're buying the property is, as you recall, you've received complaints in the past from residents about trash, debris, illegal dumping, campsites on the property. And that's proven to be a challenge for us to manage, right? As much as we've tried to work with the property owner who lives, out of town, it becomes an issue for them to get no trespass orders and keep folks from camping out on the property and continuing to pile up debris and things like that. They're not adequate restroom facilities. And part of it too is there's a little strip that's not in the city, and so we don't even have authority over that portion of the property. We have to go to the county, and I will say Bear County's been a good partner with us. But one of the main reasons, if we own it, we can now control it, we can patrol it, we can keep people out of there going forward. A couple other reasons that there's some benefits. Obviously, as I noted, the Cibolo Creek runs through here, so as we've had conversations about needing to clear out areas of underbrush and growth and things like that for floodplain work, we would own the property, and it makes it easier to do that. And then finally, the property is adjacent to the city park, and I cannot remember at the moment what that city park is called. If you'll help me out, Councilman. Palm Park. So again, we are not buying it as park property. I could have asked Dr. Sheridan as well. We're not buying it as park property, but there are a number of reasons how it benefits us. But really the reason that we did this to deal with the problem we have with illegal dumping in campsites and things like that.
Councilmember Guerrero.
You were saying, Mr. James, that if we do purchase it, that we can use the billboards to announce for events? Is that?
So what I was responding to was Councilman Davis's question. So if we were to be able to get out of the lease with the billboard company and they left the billboard, then we would be able to use it to advertise our own city events and things like that. But right, to be clear going in is the way the contract, the lease agreement with the billboard company is, and I can't remember, it's less than 5 years remaining on the normal lease, but there's a provision that I assume has to do with right-of-way acquisition and a right-of-way take that gives them rights for 30 years to maintain it going forward. And so we'll have to try to negotiate that. We've had conversations with the city attorney and see what we can do. But again, I think from a staff perspective, on the one hand, you can say we're deriving revenue from it. That's useful. Flip side is, do we really want people doing that? Second is, if we controlled it, we could put our own advertisements, or it's possible we reach agreement somewhere in between for a length of time, but we have rights to put our things up for a bit. So worst case scenario, it's not ours, we don't own it, we're sitting around for 35 years or so deriving revenue. But again, we would ideally like to shorten that, I think is the general consensus, but we would come back to council.
Would, in case we did, let's just say we did get it, would we advertise special elections?
So I can't say exactly what we would advertise on it, right? My assumption is the billboard company would not want to go to the expense of removing it, right? They'd go in and, right, we probably negotiate to leave it. My assumption is we would use it much like we use the one on I-35. So we would use it as big announcements that go up and stay up a long time, like the big jubilee we're having for the anniversary. But we would not probably use it and change the message out as often as we do with the electronic sign. So I don't think we use the 35 for things like special elections. So I wouldn't think we would do that here just because of the cost of having to change the message that often. But certainly that's a policy direction for council, both this one, if we get ownership, and the 35 billboard.
I just would like to see these special elections advertised a lot more, because a lot of times, a lot of our residents don't even know there's a special election going on.
Right. No, I certainly can appreciate that, and so we can certainly take input from council as to how you would like us to do that going forward, right? It's a challenge. If you look at the number of voters turnout, it's certainly light, so I certainly think awareness is a big part of it. Don't disagree.
Yeah. I motion to approve Resolution 26-R-040.
Second.
All right, I believe Mayor Pro Tem Davis had another question he wanted to ask.
Yeah, now, so us purchasing this triggers potentially a 30-year extension of that billboard lease.
Yes.
Is there anything in the current documentation that we have that talks about the costs or the rental agreement? Are they locked into that same whatever they're paying now for 30 years?
So, yeah, the agreement, the way in my reading of it, doesn't speak to what that rental rate is beyond the extension term. It's my reading of it. I don't see that it says in 20 years how much they have to pay, right? There's an increase clause that kind of goes in for the normal term of the agreement and an extension on the agreement, but it seems to sort of stop. I did not see that it specified how much that is. So that would certainly be something we'd have a conversation with them about in terms of the rate. But it didn't, my recollection is it didn't say this is the rental rate for that full 30 year. It didn't jump out at me. One of the things I noted, and I can grab it. I don't misspeak. Is the lease schedule that's attached, the rental term, only goes out to lease year 10, and it stops there. It's as if they threw this provision in on the 30-year thing, but didn't think it through fully and say this is what would happen. So again, I think that's something we're going to have to sort out with the city attorney.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watson, do you still have another question you want to ask? Okay. So we have a motion that was made by Councilmember Ben Guerrero, seconded by Councilmember Michelle Watson. Can I get council to go ahead and cast the votes? Can I get the votes published, please? All right, having 5 yeas, 1 nay, motion passes. We're going to go ahead and go into executive session on item number 5, Resolution 26-R-039, authorizing a wastewater transmission and treatment capacity lease agreement with Green Valley Special Utility District, also known as GV-SUD, for temporary sewer capacity. City Council will go into closed session under Government Code Section 551-072, deliberation about real property. And we'll be going to executive session at 8:40. Sorry about that. We're going to go ahead and come out of executive session at 9:41. No action was taken in the executive session on item 5, Resolution 26R-039. You can go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. The item you have before you is primarily a sewer capacity lease agreement between the City of Schertz and Green Valley SUD. Essentially, it provides rights for Schertz for essentially the next 6 years to their 125,000 gallons of capacity in the South Schertz treatment plant. You may recall council approved the issuance of bonds to do the design for the expansion of that plant. We think that plant expansion will take 4 to 5 years to happen. This gives us the capacity that we desperately need in Southern Schertz, or a portion of it that we need in Southern Schertz, till that happens. The cost $250,000 a year, but the other thing we wanted to point out is it also includes a right of first refusal for the City of Schertz water lease rights through the Cibolo Valley Local Government Corporation if the city decides to sell those rights. Doesn't obligate us to sell those. The process we would have to do that. Certainly would need to coordinate with City of Cibolo on this, understanding their direction as well with that would shape how we go. So again, it's a right of first refusal, doesn't obligate us to sell those to them. But part of the question we had to do with sort of why these agreements. So this is the water CCN. You can see FM 1518. I-10 coming down here. There's nothing on the screen. If we can get it on the screen.
There we go.
There, now we've got it on the screen. So the blue hashed area is the green hashed area is the water CCN that CBLGC has. Again, you can see I-10, 1518, Cibolo Creek, generally Lower Seguin Road kind of comes down through here. And then the other we've got is the sewer CCN. It's not quite as large an area, but this is the area in Schertz that Green Valley has the rights to serve for sewer as well. So we think that part of the reason for the benefit of that provision, if we choose to sell, is that Green Valley is the provider of water and sewer for a good portion of our community, our residents, our businesses going forward. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any council members have any questions? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Davis.
Sir, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 26R-039.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Davis to approve Resolution 26R-039, second by Councilmember Watson. If I can get all council members to go ahead and cast their votes. Can I get the votes published, please? All right, having 5 yeas, 1 nay, motion passes.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move on to item number 6. Councilmember Sheridan, did you have something that you want to say on that last one?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, moving on to item number 6, ordinance 26-S-007. Conduct a public hearing and consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 4, Section 21-4-3, notice requirements. We have Ms. Daisy.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Williams. Ordinance 26S-007, proposed UDC amendments to Article 4, Section 2143, notice requirements, Daisy Marquez, Senior Planner. We're here tonight because planning staff is initiating some UDC amendments to be in compliance with state law. In the past 89th legislative session, House Bill 24 came out as a result of that, and it went into effect September 1st, 2025. It regulated how home rule municipalities would need to notice for zone changes. The Planning and Zoning Commission did hold a public hearing for this on February 4, 2026. And then we do want to make note that the notice was published in the San Antonio Express with an additional 0, but it is the same item. So here are the proposed amendments to UDC Section 2143. We removed language that was not compliant, that was extra, and we included that language directly from the LGC, the not later than the 10th day before, and the notice sign must be at least 24 inches long by 48 inches wide. So when we look at UDC amendments, we look towards UDC Section 2147D for the criteria of approval. And again, staff proposes amendments time to time when it comes to state law changes, and we're pretty proactive or reactive with that. And these are to ensure compliance with that, to ensure the welfare of the city. It is the city's goal to remain compliant with the Texas LGC. So again, that's why we're here today for these amendments. And there was not an error to correct with these amendments. Again, it's in response to changes in state law. And again, we took that language directly from the Texas LGC, the no later than the 10th day, and the signs must be at least 24 inches long by 48 inches wide. We understand it might be a little bit odd of language, but we took it straight from the Texas LGC. And these proposed amendments are directly in line with these changes from the 89th legislature. And then we do want to note they were effective September 1st, 2025. And since its effective date, planning staff has ensured that all the notice signs were compliant with state law. We're just coming back now and making those amendments, so our UDC complies with that. These amendments were reviewed by Schertz Fire, EMS, and PD without objections, and it went to legal review, and we not received objections. And you can see some images below of what our new notice signs look like that are compliant with state law. And the main difference is before our signs were made by the sign shop and they were yellow. Our P&Z worked really hard to work on a layout for them, but now they have to look a specific way because a third party provides them. And staff is recommending approval of ordinance 26007 to remain consistent with the state law changes. And the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing for this item on February 4th and made a recommendation of approval to City Council with a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I'll go ahead and open up to open a public hearing at 9:48. Anybody wishing to come up to speak? For those who wish to come up to speak on this topic, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak on this topic. Going once? Going twice? Okay. I'll close the public hearing at 9:49. At this time, I'll go ahead and open it up to council for discussion on ordinance 26-S-007.
I have a question. Does this require all signs to be changed from September 1st, 25 forward, or any signs, regardless of, all signs need to be changed to meet this new standard?
So it went into effect September 1st, 2025 for zone change notices for home rule municipalities. Before, there wasn't any specific requirements on what it needed to be. We our P&Z worked really hard to come up with a design that would notify residents. But since the last legislative session, they made it specific on how big it needed to be. Since September 1st, starting all notices before that time, we made sure that signs were out for zone changes for that September 1st date to be compliant. So we kind of backtracked. We prepared in advance for that to be effective September 1st.
So basically what you're saying is that all signs will comply to this new standard?
Yes, correct.
Regardless of, it was done a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Watson.
I motion that we approve ordinance 26S007.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve ordinance 26-R-007 by Councilmember Watson, seconded by Councilmember Macaluso. Can I get everybody to cast their votes? Can I get the votes posted, please? All right, having 6 yeas, no nays, motion passes. Okay, we're going to move on to ordinance 26-S-004, conduct a public hearing, consider a request for a specific use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps on approximately 7.8 acres of land located approximately 51 feet west from the intersection of I-35 North, Access Road, and FM 2252, also known as 18,920 I-35 North, more specifically known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 114083, and Comal County Property Identification Number 119021, City of Schertz, Comal, and Guadalupe County, Texas. Daisy?
Good evening again, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. And then I just want to check in, can you all see the presentation? Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Here's the subject property outlined in yellow. It is located west of the intersection of I-35 and FM 2252. It is surrounded by GB zoning, and it is currently zoned GB. And then further down south, we have RA. On January 22nd, we sent out 8 public notices. A sign was placed by the applicant. We did not receive any responses. It did go to P&Z on February 4th, and it was posted in the San Antonio Express on February 11th. So why are we here tonight? An approved SUP is required to allow a convenience store with gas pumps in general business district. The property already has the GB zoning, and this property might look familiar because a previous specific use permit was approved for this law on the January 9, 2024 City Council meeting. It did expire though on January 9, 2026, and it expired because we do have that stipulation and condition that a building permit needs to be approved within 2 years. And I do want to note that applicant has been working very hard to meet that deadline, but unfortunately we kind of met it very closely. They do have an approved site plan, final plat, and they're close to having approved building permits. We're waiting for this SUP, if it is approved, to be approved. And as you can see, here's an approved site plan that actually meets all of our site design requirements. And again, this is very different from other SUPs or zone changes. They had one, they were working towards it, so you can see they're meeting all the requirements. They have the intent of building this, it's just, it ran out of time. And for specific use permits, we look towards UDC Section 21511D for the criteria of approval. The subject area is designated as mixed use center, which is meant for commercial and recreational uses along transportation corridors. And the subject property is along I-35, so they're going to take advantage of that transportation corridor, and it meets the intent of the future land use map. So the general area zone, general business district, it's meant for retail and service establishments along principal transportation corridors. Again, it's located on I-35. It'll take advantage of that. It'll serve the community. And it's also already surrounded by general business district zoning, and it will be required to meet all the Article 9 site design requirements. So it'll meet all the codes applicable in the city of Schertz. And as you've seen by the approved site plan, they're already meeting those requirements. And the existing GB zoning in the area, there is existing GB zoning in the area, so it meets the character area. And the only access for the property is actually along I-35. They're well aware of that. They've been working with TxDOT for access points. It will not affect the general safety of the area. And all UDC requirements have been met for this application. The application was reviewed by EMS, fire, and police departments, and they did not provide objections. And a specific use permit for the property for the same use was approved previously, and it just expired early this year. So the proposed SUP meets the intent of the comprehensive land use plan, future land use map, and is compatible with the area. Thus, staff is recommending approval of this SUP to allow a convenience store with gas pumps at this subject property, conditioned upon the following: a building permit is approved within 2 years of the adoption of this SUP ordinance. And the P&Z held a public hearing for this item on February 4th, and they made a recommendation of approval with the conditions proposed by staff to City Council with a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll open it up to a public hearing at 9:55. So for those who wish to speak on this topic, please state your name and address, and you'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 9:55. Do I have any, I'll go ahead and open it up to discussion by council members.
Yeah, I want a motion to approve ordinance 26-S-004.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve ordinance 26-S-004 by Councilmember Guerrero, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Can I get council to cast the votes? Can I get the votes published, please? All right, having 6 yeas, no nays, motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 8, ordinance 26-S-005. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request for a specific use permit to allow a truck terminal on approximately 4.1 acres of land located approximately 600 feet west of the intersection of Ball Lane and Swab Road, also known as 23870 Ball Lane, more specifically known as Comal County, parcel identification number 464879, City of Schertz, Comal County, Texas. Well,
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. Ordinance 26S-005, a specific use permit request for a truck terminal on 4.1 acres of land. For your orientation, this is a subject property here outlined in red. You can see that the subject property is currently zoned as GB, General Business, as are the adjacent properties to the sides and to the south. And to the north here, it is currently zoned as M1, Manufacturing Light District. This is where the Cisco currently is located, and this is the QT located on Schwab and 35. 6 public notices were sent out on January 23rd, 2026. We have received 0 responses. A public hearing notice was also published in the San Antonio Express on February 11th, 2026, and 2 notification signs were placed on the property by the applicant. Background for this site, so there was an SUP ordinance that was passed with ordinance 23S33. That ordinance was passed on January 9th, 2024, and just like all other SUP ordinance that we're hearing today, that SUP had a condition that it would expire within 2 years. And so that SUP did expire on January 9th, 2026. However, between that 2-year period, a preliminary plat, a final plat, and a site plan was certified in this process, and then a building permit was also applied for prior to the expiration. So the applicant has been working towards getting this done. UDC Section 2154D outlines criteria for approval. So this property is currently designated as regional corridor, and that is intended for commercial and entertainment areas along major thoroughfares. And then we see that the property is currently zoned as general business district, which is intended for retail and service establishments. So it is applicable with the comprehensive land plan. So as I mentioned before, the property is currently zoned as general business district, which is intended for retail and service, and the truck terminal is intended to be used at the Cisco development as a support for that establishment. The truck terminal use is surrounded by general business district GB and manufacturing district light M1 to the north, and the request is supporting the Cisco development located to the north. Thus, it does preserve the character of the surrounding area. The requested specific use permit is intended to alleviate the parking situation at Cisco, which is adjacent to the property, and thus it does support the health, safety, and welfare of the city. All UDC requirements have been met for this proposed specific use permit. There is a certified site plan for the property, and it has met all design requirements of Article 9. There's also an approved final plat, which is pending county recordation. Schertz Fire, EMS, and police departments have also been notified of the specific use permit and have not provided any concerns specific to this request. Staff recommendation, due to the consistency with the comprehensive land plan, staff is recommending approval of ordinance 26S-005 with the following condition. A building permit is approved within 2 years of the adoption of the SUP ordinance. And the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing for the item on February 4th, 2026, and made a recommendation of approval with the conditions as proposed by staff to City Council with a unanimous vote.
okay, at this time, I'll go ahead and open it up to open public hearing at 10 o'clock. So if you wish to speak on this topic, state your name and address, and you'll be given 3 minutes to be able to speak. Going once, twice. We'll close the public hearing at 10:01 on ordinance 26-S-005. At this time, I'll open it up to council for discussion. Having none, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Macaluso, seconded by Councilmember Westbrook. Can I get everybody to cast their votes? Can I get the votes published? Okay, having 6 yeas, no nays, motion passes. Moving on to item 9, ordinance 26-S-006. Conduct a public hearing and consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code UDC, to Article 8, Section 21.8.4, home occupations, and Article 16 definitions. Will, floor's yours.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. Ordinance 26-S-006, revisions to UDC Article 8, home occupations, and Article 16 definitions. So background on this case, on June 12, 2025, the Texas House Bill 2464 was adopted. So as we know, back in the summer of 2025, the Texas State Legislature was meeting and passed a number of legislation, one of those being a limit to municipal authority to regulate no-impact home-based businesses. And so here in the city of Schertz, we do have Article 8, which is intended to regulate home occupations. And so as we'll see in the next slides, this has essentially limited the ability of Schertz to regulate home occupations. So this is Texas LGC 229902, which on the left-hand side you'll see here, this is basically defining what is a no-impact home-based business, which is essentially a business that is happening inside a home, and it is not creating any kind of nuisance such as traffic or noise or anything of the like. On the right-hand side, you'll see what the restrictions are, which is essentially saying that any municipality cannot prohibit the operation of a no-impact home-based business, so we cannot require permits or any other kinds of approvals. So the changes we are making, or that are proposed, would be the addition of a reference to no-impact home-based businesses per the LGC. We have eliminated 10 criteria and added or revised 8 total criteria out of Section 2184B. We have also eliminated Sections 2184C through 2184F in order to be compliant with the Texas LGC. And so these sections were essentially what was used previously in order to permit or prohibit certain activities. And lastly, we have a definition revised to comply with the Texas LGC in Article 16. So UDC Section 2147D outlines criteria for approval. Texas House Bill 2464 does prohibit municipalities from adopting and enforcing ordinances that prohibit no-impact home-based businesses. So the proposed amendment is bringing the UDC into compliance with the LGC. It is the goal of the City of Schertz to remain compliant with state law, and the proposed amendment is ensuring that we continue to be compliant with state law. Texas House Bill 2464 was passed on June 12, 2025, and it was effective immediately upon its adoption. So the proposed amendment is in response to the passage of this bill. Staff has ensured that all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed UDC amendment. The Schertz Fire, EMS, and Police Departments have reviewed the proposed amendments and have provided no objections. The proposed amendments have also been reviewed without objection by our legal team, and no additional recommendations were requested by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Staff recommendation: in order to bring the UDC in compliance with the policies established in Texas HB 2464, staff is recommending approval of Ordinance 26-S-006. And the Commission also held a public hearing for the ordinance on February 4th, 2026, and made a recommendation of approval to City Council with a unanimous vote.
Okay, at this time, I'll open up resolution or ordinance 26-S-006 to open a public hearing at 10:05. For those who wish to speak on this topic, please state your name and address, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. Going once, going twice. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 10:06. At this time, I'll open it up to council for further discussion. Having none, can I get a motion?
A motion that we approve ordinance 26S006.
I second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Watson and seconded by Councilmember Sheridan. Can I go ahead and get council to cast the votes? All right, can I get the votes posted, please? All right, having 6 yeas, no nays, motion passes. Moving on to item 10, ordinance 26-S-008. Conduct a public hearing, consider amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code, UDC, to Article 5, Section 21.5.7, Dimensional and Development Standards, and Article 16 definitions. Daisy?
Good evening again, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. Ordinance 26S008, proposed amendments to Article 5, Section 2157, Dimensional and Development Standards, and Article 16 definitions. Daisy Marquez, Senior Planner. So per UDC Section 2147, City Council may request UDC amendments to establish and maintain sound, stable, and desirable development. And as you know, on September 17, 2024, there was a very thorough discussion on impervious coverage as a workshop was held, and City Council, as a result of that, requested an amendment to pull impervious coverage requirements and the exclusion of decorative pavers from impervious coverage definition. The Planning and Zoning Commission did hold a public hearing for this amendment on February 4th, and they did make a recommendation to the proposed UDC amendments, but specifically to the proposed Article 16 amendments. And then again, this was posted in the San Antonio Express on February 11th, and the ordinance was noticed with an extra 0, but it is the same item. And then this is the table we are referring to for the UDC Section 2157 amendments. We are specifically referring to the key. So the text was amended to say swimming pool water surface areas do not count towards that maximum impervious coverage limitations, so an overflow device would no longer be required. And then for Article 16, we added language to the end of the definition of impervious coverage to not include decorative pavers intended for residential landscaping purposes that are not used for vehicular travel. So again, you can use as much decorative pavers as you want for residential landscaping purposes, but not for driving. And this is the Planning and Zoning Commission's proposal for the Article 16 definitions, not to include decorative pavers in residential zoning districts for a maximum of the 25% of the allowable maximum impervious coverage percentage per UDC Section 2157A, and we'll unpack that in a bit. So UDC Section 2147D is the criteria for approval for proposed UDC amendments. And again, City Council is allowed to request amendments to the UDC to promote health, safety, and general welfare. And we're here because of that workshop and the result of City Council requesting those proposed amendments. And again, the UDC does allow City Council to request amendments if they believe it meets the goals, objectives, and the policies of the UDC. And again, this proposed amendment does not correct an error. It's a direct result of a request from City Council. And this proposed UDC amendment was reviewed by Schertz Fire, EMS, and Police Department without objections and went to legal for review, and we did not receive any specific objections. And then we'll kind of unpack now what P&Z proposed at the February 4, 2026 meeting. They didn't have any oppositions to the first section, so the key and the swimming pool portion, but they did request changes to the Article 16 definitions. You can kind of see it side by side. The red text is what is amended. And kind of a summary of the difference between the two. The staff proposed amendments to Article 16 allow decorative pavers to be used for residential landscaping purposes, which would not count towards the maximum impervious coverage limitations. And the pavers cannot be used for vehicular travel, so you won't see it in driveways. We wouldn't allow it in residential driveways. But when it comes to the Planning and Zoning Commission proposed amendments, they would only allow 25% of the allowable impervious coverage to be used for residential pavers, and they can be used for vehicular travel, so they can be used for driveways. And to kind of visually break that down for you, this is a real-life example of a plot plan for a residential development coming in. This is straight zoning, so 70 by 120. It's a lot of approximately 8,400 square feet. So 50% of the maximum impervious coverage allowed would be 4,200 square feet. So think half. This home, for example, is 3,868 square feet of the home and impervious coverage. So think driveway, concrete areas in the front and the back. So only 8% is really left to be used, 332 square feet. From staff's proposed UDC amendments to Article 16, all the landscape areas can be used as decorative pavers, but again, it cannot be used for driveways. We don't impose any restrictions on that. But from the proposed Planning and Zoning Commission amendments, only 25%, so about 1,000 square feet of the 50%, so the 4,200 can be used for decorative pavers, and they are allowing it on residential driveways. So this just kind of show you the visual representation of the difference between the two. So with that, the proposed amendments again are a result of the direction provided by council from the September 17th City Council workshop, and staff has provided these amendments as a result of that. And staff is recommending approval of ordinance 26S008 per City Council's direction. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission made a recommendation of approval to ordinance 26S008 with amendments to the proposed Article 16 amendments with a 5-1 vote, with Commissioner Outlaw voting nay, and then Commissioner Outlaw did note he voted nay due to the Article 16 amendments proposed by P&Z. And I do want to know, when you make your vote, please specify if you're going to make an approval based on staff's recommendation, if that is your vote, or based on the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for the Article 16 amendments.
Okay, at this time, I'll open up ordinance 26-S-008 to public hearing at 10:13.
Is this already on? I guess it stays on. Good evening, everybody. Past my bedtime. I'm Glenn Outlaw, 3729 Forsyth Park here in Schertz, and as Daisy pointed out, I voted nay on the P&Z recommendations, primarily over the paver issue, not the swimming pool issue. And I have two concerns with that. Number one is I don't think it should be a flat exemption for pavers. I think pavers should be rated somewhere between zero. You know, concrete is 100% pervious and grass is zero, and pavers are somewhere in between. And rather than picking an arbitrary number and saying you can have 25% or 50%, I think it should be based on some kind of a rational number. I also felt bad about the driveway thing, because if you watch the video, that was my doing. And I think one of my compadres there on the commission was doing me a favor by including that. But real quick, back in August of 2024, I took, my driveway was cracked, pieces of it were sunk, and it looked like hell. And so I contacted, because I was going to have some other work done, a paver company, and we were going to do the driveway in pavers. So they priced it out, they drew up the design, I paid the deposit, they went to pull permits, and guess what? They couldn't get one, okay? Because buried in the UDC 21.10.2.e, all driveways and all required off-street parking spaces shall be on a paved concrete or asphalt surface. So I'm not sure this is the right vehicle to get this changed, but I would like to see it changed. Pavers are allowed in other jurisdictions. All you have to do is go over to Cibolo. Not only can a homeowner use them in a driveway, Cibolo is using them in their roadways. If you take Rips Chrysler up to Cibolo Valley Drive, the intersections are pavers. If you pull into whatever, I don't think it's Cibolo Station, but if you pull into the Santikos development, pavers are extensive throughout the parking lot. So anyway, because I couldn't pull a permit, I had several conversations with a city engineer, and I was led to believe that she wasn't against using pavers for driveways, but, you know, there were other considerations in terms of design specs and some details like that. And I was under the impression that between the engineer and planning, they were working a broader issue about how to address the use of pavers in the city of Schertz. So, I finally gave up and I had the driveway repaired. And it looked nice for a while, but it still looks like not very good. And again, I'm not sure this is the right way to do it, but the problem is, you know, it's been over a year since I tried to do this, and I've seen no action on anybody's part to change the UDC and allow what I think is a very logical use of pavers to do a driveway. So I would certainly, you know, appreciate your consideration. If you don't want to do it here, then, you know, address it another way. But, you know, I'm past my project, and probably, you know, I'm not looking to do it right now, but I'm sure there are other people in Schertz that would love the opportunity to do this. Thank you.
Do I have any other members wishing to speak? Going once, going twice. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 10:17, and for the record, we went into open session or open into public hearing at 10:13. So at this time, I'll go ahead and open it up for council for further discussion.
You got 2 or 3 down there.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Davis, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's some good talking points there. One, I do think there's a difference between the intent of what council and our discussions were back in 24, early 25 with regards to pavers, and in line with the conversation about driveways. Number one, I don't think it's as simple as saying a paver should count for 25% because it's different than the grass in your backyard. Because we had those discussions and we talk about impervious cover and the nature of being impervious, yards are different. There's a big difference between if your backyard is just topsoil or soil versus it has a sand base versus it has a clay base. The rate of impervious cover or the rate of absorption of water into that surface varies greatly. And part of the whole discussion on this was when we got the presentation from the original staff was, how is the staff going to sort through all this? I mean, we really don't have the capability or the abilities for staff to go out there and do soil samples and do calculations on how pervious your backyard is. And that was the same discussion with regards to pavers as part of your landscaping. It would be incredibly time consuming for the staff to go out there and figure out, well, I've got 27 12 by 12 pavers, so that equates to some kind of measurement, versus somebody else that has a 6 square foot area that's a collection of bricks or something else. So part of this was to make our impervious cover standards clearer and easier for the staff to look at. I do think that maybe going forward, it might not be a bad idea to address. I can understand the concern about vehicle parking on pavers because that's a different construct than someone sitting on pavers in their backyard on a lounge chair or walking on pavers that they have in a pathway or something like that. There's a different requirement if you've got a vehicle that's parked or driving on something. There's certainly an option going forward to consider the ability to have a stamped concrete paver look on your driveway. And I'm sure there's the capability of, as we're redoing streets, if we decide to have pavers in the streets, or someone wants to redo their driveway with a actual brick finish. But again, that generally has some kind of more stabilized concrete underneath it to support those pavers. You just generally don't take pavers or bricks and put them in dirt and then drive your vehicles on it, because over time, that's just going to separate and sink. So that would be my take on it. Again, I prefer the staff's recommendation. It's clear, it's simple. You look at the structures that are out there, you look at the concrete, you look at the asphalt, those are definitely solid objects, but let's not worry about every little brick and landscaping stone that someone's got in their yards.
And just if I may, so if somebody came in and said, I want to do stamped concrete on a driveway, we treat that like concrete, right? It's not on paver, it's concrete, so that would be allowed.
Okay, Councilmember Macaluso?
Yeah, I would say Councilman Davis took some of my comments away from me, but I think, your concern if you start allowing pavers is that you're going to get John over there to get some pavers from Home Depot and create his own driveway, and it's not going to be aesthetically pleasing, but it's also going to come apart and fall apart. And so, there's obviously professional ones that are done that have a higher quality paver that can handle higher weight limits and all that. That looks very professional and very nice. But I think you have to be very careful with what you allow, because, for every one of those, you're going to get one that's not going to be like that. So I would prefer to stay with the staff's recommendation myself.
Councilmember Westbrook?
I shared similar concerns. However, much to Mr. Outlaw, I would like to see something concerning pavers in the future, right? There should be, I hate to say, there are other entities and municipalities that allow it, and they look perfectly fine. That's it. So, there should be an option.
So I guess what I'd say, and I think some of the comments both ways have been expressed, if that's something council wants at the end of the council meeting, you can certainly request staff come back with an item more fully researched to discuss allowing pavers in driveways, if that's what you would like.
Thank you.
Is that, yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Councilmember Guerrero?
Yeah, I also agree with Councilman Westbrook, if you can give us more info.
So is it the council's wishes to go ahead and bring this back at the next council meeting with changes, or what kind of timeline would you be needing to be able to make
We
the
would
necessary
motion
changes?
for this, and then at the end of the agenda, we'll put it on for a workshop in regards to the roadway with pavers.
Yeah, I think that
So
would be
I
staff's
motion that
recommendation.
we
If you're comfortable with this, approve it.
approve.
If the idea is, hey, it raises question about pavers and driveways, then we'd request you have us come back and do that as a separate ordinance. It kind of helps it narrow what we're talking about. I think it makes it a little easier for staff.
Yes,
Okay.
so I motion that we approve ordinance 26S008.
Okay, I have a motion made by
With the
Councilmember
staff-
Watson.
Yes, with the staff's recommendations.
Okay,
Second.
and seconded by Councilmember Westbrook. Can I go ahead and get the council members to cast your votes? All right, can I get the votes posted, please? All right, having 6 yeas, no nays, motion passes. All right, this brings us to requests and announcements. Any requests by council members for updates or information from staff? Councilmember Watson?
If we can have that update for the next agenda or in a couple weeks or whenever that's available to us, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Westbrook.
Yes, Mayor and City Council, I'd like to sort of, in light of the changes that are coming up, if I can request I'm not sure, maybe it's a workshop or maybe it's a report, basically about how we will move forward in terms of filling the boards, commissions, and committees moving forward. I know historically we just defaulted into our previous spot. I'm sort of against that. I think there should be an open discussion about how we're going to sort of deal with that coming up in May. That's my take. BCCs, and if I can, maybe even deal with the bylaws. I mean, before you're picking, right, between which board or committee you should be on, maybe you should take a look at, do your due diligence and read the bylaws and the rules and regulations of that committee before making a decision whether you have the time and effort to do so.
I agree with that. Any other wishes by council? All right, is there any items or presentations that council members wish to be placed on future city council agendas? Other than the items that were just mentioned? Okay, so at this time, I'll go ahead and open it up to city community events attended or to be attended by council.
Nothing from me, sir.
Nothing at this time.
We had another Jubilee Committee meeting.
Nothing to say.
I did have the opportunity to get out the vote yesterday at the Schertz Civic Center. Was it Civic Center? It was a get out the vote event.
I attended the Officer Bill Freeman retirement ceremony and also attended the Schertz Economic Development Board meeting as well.
Okay. And that'll be all. This will conclude the council meeting at 10:28.